We're good to go. We have a quorum. Madam Vice Chair, we're all right?
I'm fine.
I see Commissioner Dorner. I see 4 commissioners. Okay, good. All right. Good morning, everybody. Apologies for the technology issues and the delay. The time is 10:12, and we'll call the September 12th, 2024 Planning Board meeting to order. We are joined by Vice Chair Bailey. Good morning, Ms. Bailey.
Good morning.
And we have Commissioner Washington.
Good morning, all.
Commissioner Giraldo. And Commissioner Dorner.
Hello.
And I'm Chair Shapiro. Please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. And registered speakers may join the meeting with a link provided in the email provided by the planning board office or listen by phone by utilizing the call-in number that was provided in the email. And of course, anyone can tune in to watch our meetings via live stream. And if you wish to speak or become a person of record, you can see the way to access that is referenced on the screen before you. In addition to our commissioners, we're joined by our senior counsel, Delisa Coleman. Good morning, Ms. Coleman.
Good morning.
We have Jessica Jones, our planning board administrator, Rhonda Ford, our technical hearing writer, Sherry Connor, the acting development review division chief. And we have our staff members, Kenneth Flanagan and Ryan Croner, helping us with technology as always. So we will follow the agenda as described. We'll follow the order of cases as listed, and we'll start with item 2. I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes of September 5, 2024.
Motion to approve draft minutes.
Second.
And a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington. With no discussion, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey.
But aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye, Mr. Chair.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. There are no legislative items for this week. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Hold on one sec. Yes, anyone who wishes to oppose staff's recommendation on this item or any board member wishes to discuss it. If not, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, after consideration of the record for item number 4B, I move adoption of staff findings and approval of this item on the consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Got a motion by Vice Chair Bailey, a second by Commissioner Washington. If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Vice Chair Bailey.
But aye.
Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Moving on to our regular agenda items. First item on our agenda is item 5. This is a comprehensive design plan, CDP 0506-01 Locust Hill. This is an evidentiary hearing, so if there are folks who are going to be testifying, I'll swear them in at the appropriate time. We have Mr. Antonetti, who's representing the applicant, and we have Mr. Huang, who will be giving a staff presentation. Let us turn to staff for the initial staff presentation. Mr. Huang, introduce yourself.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, let me do the sound check. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you fine. Thanks for checking.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Planning Board. For the record, my name is Emery Huang with Urban Design Sections. Item number 5 is Comprehensive Design Plan CDP-0506-01 for Locust Hill. This SDP requests to amend the CDP-0506 to increase the number of residential units up to 706 and to conform with conditions and considerations set forth in Basic Plan A-9975-01-C. As a matter of housekeeping, prior to September 10th noon deadline, the applicants submitted one exhibit titled Applicants Exhibit 1. This exhibit outlines the revised conditions proposed by the applicants. Staff has reviewed the revised conditions and are in agreement with the proposed changes. However, there's a typo associated with condition 1I1 staff recommend update this condition, which I will read into the record. Condition 1I1 should be revised as the triggers in the bounding column shall be revised to be prior to the first building permit within that phase. ED is 1A, 1B, 1C, 2A, 2B, 3A, and 3B. In addition, prior to the noonday line, staff also received one letter of opposition from Prince George's County Sierra Club, submitted by the Miss Janet Gingold. This letter is titled Opposition Exhibit 1. The items of concerns were construction on floodplain, endangered species, lack of housing, and climate mitigation. Regarding construction on the floodplain, staff want to note that construction proposed in the floodplain for the subject development is only for master planned rights-of-ways and the required utility infrastructure. No home construction is proposed in the floodplain. This is detailed on sheet 2 of the TCP2 type tree conservation plan, that for the total 505.81 acres of this CDP, the clearing of 3.43 acres of the woodland in the floodplain is proposed. This information is located on the page 38 of the technical staff report. Regarding endangered species, staff want to note that a rare, threatened, and endangered species habitats protection and management programs was approved by Maryland Department of Natural Resources with specific design plan SDP-1705 approved by the Planning Board on April 9, 2020. In 2021, it was determined that the potential for rare, threatened, and endangered habitats was limited to the eastern side of the railroad tracks. The property is to be dedicated to MNC PPC because the area will be preserved and not developed. The habitats will be protected in place. Detailed analysis of this subject matter is located on page 11, page 48, and page 49 of the technical staff report. The letter acknowledged the housing needs for the county, but urgent that the development is planned for climate resilient and minimum impact on natural resources, even if decreasing the number of the dwelling units. Staff want to note that the density proposed by this CDP is within the density permit under the residential low development zone governed by the basic plan A-9975-01-C, which was approved by the Planning Board on October 18, 2018. As stated earlier, no dwelling units will be constructed in the floodplain area. Also, approximately 260 acres, more than half the subject property, will be set aside as open space. Finally, development aspects of the climate mitigation as clean, renewable energy and electric vehicle, as stated in the letter, will be evaluated at 4 specific design plans. Phase. Staff want to note that a condition is including to require the applicant to add a green building section to the proposed Locust Hill design guidelines to guide the development of subsequent SDP application, and condition 16 specifically note that at the time of the SDP, the applicant shall submit a list of sustainable sign and green building techniques at the site, building and appliance labels that will be used in the development. Based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommended that the Planning Board approves comprehensive design plan CDP-0506-01, subject to the recommended condition of approval within the technical staff report, and the revised condition by the applicants except 1, and the revised condition or updated condition 1I1 as read into the record by the staff. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. I want to thank you too for addressing in advance some of the concerns that were brought forth by the citizen, by Ms. Gingold. So that was helpful for me, and I imagine my colleagues to hear as well. Commissioners, any questions for staff before we turn to the applicant? Seeing none, turn to Mr. Antonetti and take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. First, as a matter of housekeeping, just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to offer a bit more detail. I'll be concise, but out of an abundance of caution, if my statements somehow cross the line into testimony, I'd be more than willing to take the oath, if you would be so kind to administer it.
Sure, absolutely. Hold on. All right. Mr. Antonetti, do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath.
Thank you very much. Again, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Robert John Antonetti Jr. with the law firm of Shipley and Horn. Today with me is my partner, Arthur Horn, and our senior land planner, Mr. John Ferrante. We are pleased to represent the applicant in this comprehensive design plan amendment case before you. Here with me today are members of our wonderful development team, one of the best development teams I've ever had the pleasure of working with. We have Mr. Jeff Driscoll, representative of the applicant. We have Mr. Mike German and John Petrella from Holly Ridge Development, development managers for the case. We have Ms. Dawn Jorgensen from ESE Consultants, civil engineers on the project, and Mr. Mike Lenhart from Lenhart Traffic Consulting, Inc. I'd like to thank Mr. Huang for his very detailed and professional presentation and review of this case. It is always a pleasure to work with him. Locust Hill, as this board knows, as you've seen applications over time, is a partnership between Toll Brothers and NVR. They are developing this project, which was initially zoned back in 2006 in the RL zone. We are proceeding with the RL zone development standards and regulations. We are in the LCD zone, which is either way you cut it, that is the way this property will develop using its underlying zoning. This application has a very long approval history. It has a basic plan, a CDP, a preliminary plan. It has a basic plan amendment. That basic plan amendment approved in 2018 an increase of the maximum dwelling units by 125 units up to a total of 706. The CDP amendment here today does several things. One, it captures that additional density in the total density in the CDP. It also revises certain conditions that no longer apply, and it also updates the development standards and lot standards for this project. As you will know or note from prior specific design plans for this project, and there's been at least three, one for infrastructure, one for umbrella architecture for single family detached, and most recently a phase 1 SDP showing phase 1 of this project. This project is largely a single family detached project, has a minimum or likely 65% approximately single family detached. The rest will be a combination of attached product, both carriage homes, which are very large attached products, which were approved in phase 1, and then a certain number of townhouses after that. But the majority of development here will be single family detached. With regards to amenities, I just want to point out this is a highly amenitized, beautifully amenitized project. As you saw in phase 1 and the approval of that SDP, there's going to be a beautiful community building, 3,800 square feet, with a pool and a tot lot. There's a central park for the residents, a 5.67 central park with basically 2 dog parks or 2 dog runs, large and small, a playground, a pavilion, an amphitheater. There's also many HOA walking trails, a community garden with tools and a shed. 10-acre public park. We're dedicating about 49 acres total to park and planning. 10 acres of that is a programmable, usable public park with 2 junior soccer fields, 62 spaces of parking, 2 pickleball courts, which is we're capturing kind of the new trend as an addition package to this through this CDP. We're adding that, a tot lot and a picnic pavilion. This is in addition to master plan trails both along Leland Road and the Black Branch, which are going to be part of the master plan trail network plan for this area for some time. with regards to the environmental standpoint, I appreciate Mr. Wong's position. I have had the opportunity to read Ms. Gingold's letter on behalf of the Sierra Club. And I just want to take a moment to point out a few notable aspects of this. Hopefully sing the environmental praises of this project and its environmental thoughtful design. This project has a development pattern where it'll basically be nearly surrounded by a green envelope, both in primary management area. There's approximately 110 acres of the PMA, which is in a wooded condition. In addition to that, there's about 158 acres of woodland conservation proposed on site. Together, this equals about 260 acres of woods that'll be preserved or conserved as part of this project. That's more than half of this site, and we're very proud of that. With regards to the Sierra Club's letter on September 8th, as Mr. Wong stated, there is floodplain on the property, but the floodplain impacts are limited only to essential road crossings and utility crossings. There will not be any residential development in the floodplain. I just want to make that clear. In terms of rare, threatened, and endangered species, there are some tributaries to the Western Branch, the Black Branch, the Collington, which have some rare, threatened, or endangered species of fish, 2 of them. There is a habitat protection and maintenance plan that's in place that was approved by the Planning Board, by DNR and EPS. It requires monitoring, both pre-construction, during construction, post-construction, looking at hydraulic quality, habitat, other things. That's in place. That monitoring is happening. It's a joint monitoring effort between the National Capital Business Park, which is plan right on the screen before you, and Locust Hill, which is to, I guess, plan left to the south of Leland Road. So that monitoring is happening, and we will continue with that to protect that habitat. It also should be noted that there is a rare, threatened, or endangered plant species on this property. It's located within what is known as Parcel P. Parcel P has been dedicated to park and planning, so we are not impacting the rare, threatened, or endangered species area or the buffer that's around it. So we're very respectful of that. With regards to climate mitigation, I think this focused on the homes. Now, this is at CDP. This isn't the specific design plan, but again, this is a partnership between Toll and VR, which is NV Homes and Ryan Homes, all which will have offerings in this project. After speaking with the builders, each builder will have standard a EV charging outlet in each garage at the 240 volt, the 40 or 50 amp opportunity. So they are EV charging ready. Each unit will have that. There's options to add more if you need to, although the builders express that people typically don't ask for more than that, but there's options to add even more if that is appropriate. In terms of solar, every unit that's going to be proposed in here or that has already been approved here through SDP has the ability to be retrofit to allow solar. There is no solar package offered by the builders per se, but aftermarket retrofitting is completely compatible and allowable on the units that have been approved and will be proposed in future SDPs on this project. With that being said, this project respects the environment, respects the environmental envelope that is located here. At the same time, it does support the need for housing in this county. It's going to be a beautiful, incredibly well amenitized project, as I stated earlier. And with that, we do appreciate your support. We do support the recommendations of the staff and their findings. We do also appreciate the board's support of the minor condition revisions set forth in Applicant's Exhibit 1 as modified by Mr. Wong. And that is my mistake in terms of referencing the phasing. I've typed in the wrong number. I appreciate that minor correction. We do appreciate your consideration of this application. We look forward to bringing SDPs for future phases before the board to continue to show you the quality and beauty of this project. And our team is here to answer any questions that you may have. And again, thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I have just a quick question or request. Um, and this may be more appropriate at the SDP when we get to that, Mr. Antonetti, but just small detail. When I was looking at the circulation and utility plan that you guys have, there's some townhomes that are on the bottom right. And then just above that is kind of like a circle that goes, a road that goes down and has it's like in the circle of the townhomes. It didn't appear that there's a connection between the HOA 6-foot paths that are there. So I just wanted just to flag that in case it's possible, because the part of the development to the bottom of it has a street that ends right there. So you wouldn't be going into somebody's backyard or anything. So if it is possible to connect those, and that would be appreciated. Yeah, it's
thank
right
you, Mr.
there. Yeah, and like the bottom right, like where you see the townhomes right there, there's like a gray kind of like line going there that I think is a sewer line. It's hard to tell because these are really blurry. And there's a purple line, which is the HOA path that goes around there, but it doesn't connect down. You have pretty good connectivity in other places where you're connecting trails together. That's one place I noticed that it wasn't connected.
Thank you for that comment. And as we move forward with SDPs, we'll look at that. We do try hard to avoid some of the environmental conditions which may be traversing that area, which may impact the location of a trail. But yeah, we certainly want to maximize connectivity. So yes, you have my word that we'll look at that to see what, if anything, can be done there.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for the applicant?
Just one, Mr. Antonetti. I'm glad that the homes are being ready that they could have solar. Question that I have, because I've come across it in my private practice, are the roofs going to have sufficient trusses to sustain the weight of solar panels? And if not,
Yes,
that's a consideration, because that has been an issue recently.
Yes, these are all modern truss systems that can support the weight of modern panels today, which, as you can see, technology, they're getting smaller and smaller. I saw one this morning that actually mimicked roof shingles. You almost couldn't tell that it was solar. Driving my children to school this morning. So, but yes, I've been told that every one of the homes structurally can accommodate solar moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good questions, Commissioners. I appreciate it. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I'll go to our speakers list. I believe I just turned myself on mute as I began to speak. I want to thank you all for the good questions, and we'll turn to our speakers list. I believe we have one person who signed up to speak, Ms. Gingold. Ms. Gingold, there you are. You're on the line. Ms. Gingold, you need a little more time. How much time do you need? I'll be a bit accommodating because the applicant went for about 10 minutes or so. If you need a little more than 5 minutes, I'm fine.
5 minutes will be fine.
Okay. All right. We'll put that up in the clock just to help manage the time. If you can introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Do I need to be sworn in?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gingold. Thank you. You're doing my job for me, and I appreciate it. Do you, if you could raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. I just assume you always tell the truth, so that's why.
Well, I try. I get things wrong sometimes, but it's not on purpose.
Well, consider yourself under oath, and the floor is yours.
Thanks. My name is Janet Gingold. I live in Kettering, which is about 2.5 miles from the subject property. I'm a Maryland master naturalist, and I spend a lot of my time documenting the biodiversity of the Patuxent watershed, especially the watershed of the Western Branch. And I'm speaking today on behalf of the Sierra Club. As mentioned by the staff representative, we have several concerns about the proposal to increase the number of dwelling units at Locust Hill site. This is not consistent with county goals for more transit-oriented development or for curbing vehicle miles traveled and transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions. When completed, this project would bring over 700 additional houses to a car-dependent part of the county. It calls for expansion of Route 301 and the Oak Grove roundabout to accommodate more cars. And I'm glad to hear that the units will be equipped for EVs. That's a good thing. And I thank you for including that. We have concerns about developing in the floodplain. We keep hearing this from us. And I'm glad to hear that the residences will not be in the floodplain. But we just wanted to reiterate that in the interest of protecting future residents from climate change impacts, we can call on the planning board to deny permission for new construction in the floodplain. With an estimated 66 acres of this property in the floodplain, design that takes the hydrologic features into account is extremely important. The original proposal involved, just looking at the footprint on the various maps, it looked like the original proposal had 4 development hubs surrounded by a large area of open space and protection for the primary management areas, streams, and habitat for the rare and threatened and endangered species. The humans would be clustered in areas that are suitable for building and presumably not in the floodplain or on unstable soils, and space for wild flora and fauna would be spared. The revised proposal looks like it has a much bigger footprint with 8 development hubs that each are more dense. I haven't been able to find a map that clearly shows how the expanded footprint of the proposed development relates to the streams, the primary management preservation area, and the 100-year floodplain. I hope somebody else is looking at that map. The tree conservation plan map in the PowerPoint is totally illegible. And because of that, I have a really hard time envisioning how the built environment will fit in with these natural features. How is it possible to increase the footprint of the development so much and increase the population density so much and still avoid building where there's danger of flooding and or impacts of sensitive habitats? I hope you will not approve this plan without more clarity of the proximity of the proposed floodplain and sensitive environmental features to the buildings. All the amenities that have been described sound very nice for the humans who live there, but they further displace and impact the sensitive environmental areas that allow the rare, threatened, and endangered species who live there, and also just the common wild things to thrive in that area. So I'm concerned that it's not sufficient to just monitor the rare, threatened, and endangered species. We need to protect the ecosystem that creates the conditions in which they can thrive. And we can't do that if the process for allowing more dwelling units is just building more amenities that involve more asphalt and more athletic fields. So that's my concern, is that the displacement, the further displacement of the wild things by this much greater footprint of the built area, I don't see how it all fits. And that may be just because I'm not able to find the right map. But I would like to just ask you to please make sure that you have demonstrated that this project will not, by expanding its footprint, will not adversely affect the wildlife habitat. Building more asphalt trails does not protect the wild things. So thanks for listening, and thanks for making this as good as it can be. It sounds like you've done a lot of good work to pay attention to the environment, and I don't want this sort of last minute change to create a problem because we didn't look at the right maps. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Gingle. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the kind words, and also thank you for your advocacy as always. We have no one else who signed up to speak on this item. I want to make sure that we give the applicant a chance for any rebuttal and close. Mr. Antonetti, in your either rebuttal or close, if you could address for us, for me, this issue around the, as Ms. Gingold said, the last minute change and anything that you or even Mr. Huang might have related to this question around the maps and clarity around the impact, even if it's just for a minute or two, that would be helpful. Okay.
Sure, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And in response, the limits of disturbance of this project are largely the same as the ones that were in place before. One place where we're picking up density is in the form of attached units in terms of townhouses, which are a more compact development unit type, which allows for us to have this slight increase in density. Even with that, the overall density on this project is 1.5 dwelling units per acre. And that is, for a planned unit development, that is very low. But we do that, again, by the diversity of the product type that we're offering, which this CDP will continue to authorize. It is not a last minute change. This product type as a possibility in this density was approved by the council in 2018. This property, again, was zoned for planned unit development back in 2006. But it's because of the size of the project, because of all kinds of challenges, economic planning, it's now taken this long for it to come forward, to move it forward. Ms. Gingold is correct that there are road improvements planned for this, significant. One of the most significant ones is the realignment of Leland Road to the master plan standard that's planned. Just along the frontage of this property, the applicant has already posted a $5 million bond for the reconstruction of that long time planned roadway. And it does take into effect crossings, environmental avoidances. It has been aligned to meet all those very strict standards. There is a significant financial contribution to US 301 as part of this project. And there is an improvement to the, at the appropriate time per the conditions, to the 193 Oak Grove roundabout. So this application is making proffers and commitments to improving the road network, significant ones. But again, the limits of disturbance here are largely the same. There are some areas that it has increased, but not significantly. It is largely the same feel and type of project that was conceived back in 2006, modified in 2018. The CDP now is just being brought up to date to catch up with that. So we are, again, here to answer any further questions that you may have, but we do look forward to moving this project forward in a timely fashion. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Commissioners, before we close this hearing, any questions for either the staff or the applicant? If not, I will close the hearing, and it is to us for any deliberation, or if there is none, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve CDP-0506-01 and TCP1-024-06-02, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and as further modified by applicant exhibit number 1, and condition 1I1 shall be modified as read into the record by staff.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Commissioner Giraldo. Any further discussion? Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Wong. Thank you, Mr. Antonetti. Thank you, Ms. Gingold as well. We will move on to item 6 on our regular agenda. This is preliminary plan of subdivision 4-24002 Bird Lawn. We have Mr. Haller representing the applicant, Ms. Gupta, who will give the staff presentation. We don't have anyone signed up to speak on this item. Oh, I'm sorry. This is just a motion for approval of a continuance to October 17, 2024. Ms. Gupta, take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Doing a quick sound check.
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, great. For the record, I'm Mridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Item number 6 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-24002 titled Bird Lawn. The title on the slide is incorrect. I apologize. That's the address of the site.
Okay.
The subdivision proposes 5 lots and 1 parcel for the development of 5 single-family detached dwelling units. By letter dated August 21st, 2024, the applicant's representative submitted a request for a continuance of the original planning board hearing date of September 12, 2024. The Prince George's County Council Bill CB-20-2024 that came into effect on July 1st, 2024. It revised the 2019 Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance. With the new ordinance, a Type 1 tree conservation plan is now required with the preliminary plan for the subject property. Thus, the applicant is preparing a TCP1, which must be approved concurrently with the preliminary plan. And additional time is needed by staff to complete the review of the TCP1. Staff recommend that the planning board approve a continuance and schedule this application for the planning board hearing date October 17, 2024.
And then turn it back on. 1, 2.
Hold on one second. Mr. Chesley, we need you to mute your microphone.
Sorry.
That's all right. Thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Gupta. Continue.
Thank you. I'll repeat the last sentence I said. So staff recommends that the planning board approve a continuance and schedule this application for planning board hearing date of October 17, 2024. If a continuance is granted, additional posting will not be required. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. We have heard from staff. If there's no questions for staff, Mr. Haller, anything you want to add to this? Do we have Mr. Haller?
I don't think so.
I don't think he signed up.
I don't think he has anything to add. Commissioners, any questions? Or if not, what is your pleasure on this request for continuance?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to continue preliminary plan 4-24002 planning board hearing date of October 17, 2024.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Item 7 on our agenda has been withdrawn. So that was 4-23042 Meridian Hill, but this application has been withdrawn. So we'll move on to item 8 on our agenda. Item 8 is Countywide Planning Division, Mandatory Referral, MRF 2023-003, City of Bowie Ice Rink. We have Ms. Osei will be giving a staff presentation. We have representatives from the City of Bowie. Let us turn, I'm sorry, this is a request for continuance as well. So we'll turn to Ms. Osei for a brief presentation on this. We can't hear you. Nope. Not yet. Mr. Schlegel?
Yes.
Do you want to just, well, Ms. Osei figures out, you want to introduce yourself for the record and give us, if you can take this on and say, here's why we want to do the continuance, and that's probably good enough.
Certainly. Good morning, Chairman Shapiro and fellow member commissioners of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Daniel Schlegel with Dewberry Engineers, 4601 Forbes Boulevard, Suite 300, Atlanta, Maryland. On behalf of the applicant, we agree with staff on the continuance for mandatory referral 2023-003 for the proposed ice rink for the city of Bowie. Is our understanding, based on some information that we submitted, staff needed additional time to review it, specifically the new traffic study that we prepared. So we did give the continuance for the October 17th planning board meeting. The city is very anxious to move this project forward as they are in the process of obtaining building permits and other permits for construction. And we look forward to the finished staff report and the recommendations of staff for the upcoming planning board meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schlegel. That was very well done, sir, on short notice. Commissioners, that is what the staff's comments were as well. Those are what in my notes as well. So this is really a staff's request to have this so that they could do adequate review. Any questions or concerns from us? If not, what is your pleasure on this request for continuance? And Ms. Osei, you're about to be off the hook. You're okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the request to continue MRF-2023-003 to planning board hearing date of October 17th.
Second.
We got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Schlegel. Thank you, Ms. Osei.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. So next item on the agenda is item 9. I think Mr. Giraldo, Commissioner Giraldo, will be excusing himself in just a few minutes. So I would like to take a quick break before we kick into our final item for the day. So the time is 10:54. Let's start up at 11:05. We'll start up with item 9 on our agenda, 11:05.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Good morning, folks. It's 11:05. As we gather back, we'll start up in just a minute. Looks like we are back in business. Mr. Flanagan, are we good to go? Recording? Ready? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, folks, we are back from a brief recess. We are on our regular agenda items. We are taking up item 9 on our agenda. Item 9 is a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22051 Ivy Creek. This case was continued from the planning board meeting of September 5, 2024. We have Mr. Gibbs, who is representing the applicant. We have Ms. Gupta, who will be giving the staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing, so I will be swearing folks in. Actually, since we have a number of folks who will be speaking, just before we start, I'll want to swear folks in advance, and then I'll just verify that you all have been sworn in when the time comes. Again, in terms of process, we'll hear from staff, then we'll hear from the applicant, then we'll turn to the folks who've signed up to speak. There are a number of folks who are speaking in opposition to this. I'll make sure that we have a appropriate balance of time between the opposition and the applicant, so I'll manage that time appropriately. What that basically means, as we often do, is that individuals will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Folks who represent organizations will have up to 5 minutes to speak. Again, I'll manage the time just to make sure that that means that folks in opposition will be having at least enough time as the applicant. After folks who sign up to speak will give the applicant the final word with a rebuttal on what they've heard and close, and then it will be to us for any deliberation. So that'll be the process. So I'm going to ask everybody who's going to be speaking and I'll verify this as we go along, but if you can come on camera. You don't have to, but it helps me if I see folks. And all those folks who are going to be speaking, if you could raise your right hand, please. Okay, do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do. Okay, consider yourselves, thank you. Consider yourselves under oath. I will verify that as you come to speak. We'll start again with the staff presentation. Ms. Gupta, take it away. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again, everyone, and members. Good morning.
Yes, this is.
Members of the board.
Hey there. Thanks so much for calling back.
Mr. Suhar, you're on mute. You need to mute yourself. Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, good morning, everyone. For the record, I'm Mridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Item number 9 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22051 titled Ivy Creek. This subdivision proposes 75 lots and 12 parcels for development of 74 age-restricted townhouses and 1 single-family detached dwelling unit. This application is supported by an approved certificate of adequacy, ADQ-2022-054. The current preliminary plan of subdivision, if approved, will supersede preliminary plan 4-05105 for the subject property, which was approved in 2006 for single-family detached residential development of the property. As you said earlier, Mr. Chair, this case was continued from planning board hearing date of September 5th to this date, September 12th, 2024. As a matter of housekeeping, the additional backup includes 9 exhibits received from the applicant and 19 letters from citizens, community groups, and homeowners associations prior to the Tuesday noon deadline. The backup file, that's another file in your in the backup, beginning from page 261, includes 20 letters received from citizens, community groups, and homeowners associations prior to the September 5th, 2024 hearing. Next slide. The 19.1 acre site is located within Planning Area 70 and Council District 4. Next slide. More specifically, the site is located in the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Maryland 450, that's Annapolis Road, and Maryland 193, that's the Glendale Boulevard. Next slide. The subject site, highlighted in red, is located in the residential rural or RR zone. This preliminary plan of subdivision is, however, reviewed in accordance with the site's prior rural residential, again the RR zone, and in accordance with the prior zoning ordinance and subdivision regulations. Under the prior zoning ordinance, 1 family attached dwellings for the elderly are permitted in the prior RR zone, subject to approval of a special exception by the zoning hearing examiner in accordance with Part 4 of the prior zoning ordinance. For board's indulgence, staff would like to clarify that the preliminary plan does not approve the use, but analyzes the adequacy of a site and establishes the capacity of a proposed use. Next slide. The site map shows the site topography, which is delineated on this slide in pink. Next slide. This slide shows the master plan rights-of-way in the vicinity of the site. Next slide. This is a bird's eye view of the site, showing that the property is currently mostly wooded and contains the Arthur Magruder House, which is a designated historic house. The subject property is bounded to the north by open space owned by Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission and the Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery, which is now owned and operated as a museum site by MNC-PPC. The property is bound to the west by agricultural uses, institutional uses, and open space. Maryland 193 right-of-way bounds the site to the east with commercial development beyond. And the Maryland 450 right-of-way bounds the site to the south with single-family residential development beyond. Next slide. This slide shows the preliminary plan of subdivision with the subject property and proposed parcels and townhouse sticks outlined in red. So just to orient you, the next few slides will show the map rotated. So north is to the right of the slides. Earlier, we saw the north up, so just to make that clear. The public rights-of-way abutting the property are shaded in light purple. The Magruder House is highlighted in orange, and the primary management area in pink. The townhouse lots, highlighted in yellow, are proposed to be front-loading and are organized into 6 blocks, which are arranged around 4 private roads within the subdivision, which are shaded here in blue. One private road intersects with Maryland 193, approximately 1,000 feet from its intersection with Maryland 450. No additional right-of-way dedication is required along the public roadways of Maryland 193 and Maryland 450. Recreational facilities, including both active and passive activities, are proposed at 2 locations. The locations of these facilities are highlighted in green. A 10-foot wide trail, marked on the slide in brown, is also proposed to interconnect various blocks and streets, and eventually to a proposed 8-foot wide trail along 193. The approved stormwater management concept plan reflects several stormwater management facilities located throughout the site, including a large stormwater pond to the southwest of the Magruder House. The stormwater management concept plan and TCP1 also include retaining walls proposed at several locations around the site to address steep slopes, avoid disturbance within the primary management area, and avoid grading around the Magruder House. All private roads, the PMA, the stormwater facilities, retaining walls, recreational facilities, and the trail are proposed to be located within open space parcels to be privately owned and maintained by the homeowners association. Additional parking for visitors, which includes provisions for ADA accessible parking, is conceptually proposed at 3 locations, including near the recreational spaces. An open space parcel C, it's labeled here at the top right corner of the slide. This is a 10-foot wide parcel located along the northern property boundary and was conveyed to MNC-PPC following the approval of the prior preliminary plan of subdivision, which is applicable to the property. Parcel C is encumbered with a 10-foot wide easement for inclusion as part of the historic buffer yard requirement for the Marietta House historic site, which is located further north of Parcel C. Next slide. This slide shows lots highlighted in yellow, which require a variation from Section 24-121A4 of the prior subdivision regulations. This variation request and staff recommendation are detailed further on pages 37 through 42 in the staff report. The purpose of the lot depth requirement is to ensure that the dwellings are adequately protected from traffic nuisances, including noise. Next slide. This slide depicts the site area which will be impacted by noise during the daytime and nighttime hours. The noise study submitted by the applicant established day-night average or dBA LDN noise levels on the property generated by the arterial Maryland 193 and Maryland 450 roadways. The applicant submitted a revised exhibit, which is included in the additional backup from pages 17 through 23, which includes A-weighted decibels continuous equivalent, or dBA LEQ noise levels on the property in accordance with the most recent standards for measuring noise. The noise studies demonstrate that noise barriers around the northeastern and southeastern corners of the site and a noise berm along Maryland 450 will mitigate noise levels to be no more than 65 decibel LEQ during the daytime hours and no more than 55 decibel LEQ during the nighttime hours at outdoor activity areas. With a combination of noise barriers, dwelling orientation, and upgraded construction materials, the adverse impacts from Maryland 193 and MD 450 are adequately mitigated in this case. Next slide. This slide depicts the existing historic and environmental setting for the Arthur Magruder Historic House that's outlined in blue. The Historic Preservation Commission, in their meeting on August 13, 2024, approved a revised historic and environmental setting for the historic house, which is outlined in red. The historic house is proposed to be sold as a residence for habitation to a private individual after interior and exterior renovation and site improvements. Next slide. These are some photographs of the existing condition of the Magruder house. As noted previously, the house will be renovated before being sold. The Historic Preservation Commission, in their approval, recommended conditions that ensure that exterior renovation and site improvements are made to the Magruder Historic Site in tandem with overall development of the subject property. These conditions are included in the staff report as recommended conditions 16, 17, and 18. Next slide. This slide shows the location of the historic Marietta House relative to the subject property. Again, north is oriented to the right of the slide. Next slide. This is another bird's eye view of the existing property with the Magruder House located centrally and the Marietta House located to the right, further north of the site. Again, north is oriented to the right of the slide. Next slide. Per the 2010 Prince George's County Landscape Manual, a minimum 50-foot wide landscape buffer is required along the northern property line abutting the Marietta House historic site. The lot layout proposed with this preliminary plan of subdivision sufficiently provides to meet this required buffer. Next slide. Staff had concerns about the impacts on the adjacent Marietta House historic site that may result from this development, which proposes grading and tree removal up to the forested shared property line with the historic site. Per evaluation performed by MNC PPC's certified arborist, the proposed clearing till the property line would result in significant impact to adjacent historic trees, effectively creating a new, highly stressed tree line that would be predisposed to further abiotic and biotic stresses. Failure to specimen historic trees and additional future forest loss through dieback would result. Staff recommended that the applicant redesign the development along this northern portion of the site to prevent damage to the woodlands on the historic property, remove invasive plant species on the subject site, and incorporate edge treatments to reduce the growth of invasive plants. This will greatly reduce impact to historic trees and afford better preservation of the environmental setting of historic features and the historic viewshed by increasing the buffer between the historical resource and the proposed development. The Historic Preservation Commission raised similar concerns regarding viewshed during their August 13th hearing and recommended that the width of the buffer between the proposed development and their Marietta House historic property be increased by an additional 25 feet. This recommendation was carried forward by staff as condition 16D. Next slide. This slide shows the type 1 tree conservation plan. The roadways are shaded in purple. The property boundary and the proposed lots and parcels are outlined in red. The Magruder Historic House is highlighted in orange. The primary management area is outlined in pink. The woodland conservation requirement is proposed to be satisfied with on-site woodland preservation and afforestation, highlighted on the slide in green, and off-site woodland conservation credits. The applicant proposes 3 impacts to the primary management area, totaling 0.63 acres, which are highlighted here in yellow. These proposed impacts are requested for installation of a private road, a storm drain outfall, and installation of a pedestrian bridge and trail. Staff's analysis and recommendation are presented on pages 35 and 36 of the technical staff report. The application also includes a request for a variance to section 25-122B1G of the county's Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance for the removal of 45 specimen trees. This request is discussed further in pages 31 through 35 of the technical staff report. The location of specimen trees on this property, which are proposed to be removed, are marked with crosses. These trees that are proposed to be removed, as you can see, are central to the site and are located in the most developable area of the site. Without this variance, the applicant would be deprived from the ability to develop the property. The applicant's request included specimen trees ST9 and ST10, which are located off-site on historic property and are labeled on this slide in red. In response to staff's comments, the applicant proposes to save specimen tree ST10, but not specimen tree ST9. However, staff recommend that the applicant revise the limit of disturbance to ensure that the critical root zone of any historic trees located on the Marietta House historic property is not disturbed by more than 30%. As mentioned earlier at in the beginning of my presentation, the additional backup includes several exhibits. It includes a letter from the applicant regarding the conditions recommended by staff. The applicant proposed revisions to the conditions, and staff has reviewed the revisions and is in agreement with them. Staff also notes that there's a technical error in condition 1B, where the name of the private road Ivy Creek Lane is incorrectly listed as Oak Creek Lane. If allowed, staff will make corrections in the resolution. As mentioned at the beginning, backup also included several letters from citizens, homeowners associations, and local community groups. Staff reviewed the letters, and I will summarize the major concerns raised in these letters. There were several related issues and concerns included, and staff, if allowed, will address them in the resolution rather than list all of them here. So the major concerns that staff received concerned the impact of traffic generated by this development on nearby roads and the road intersections, concerns about public safety related to one point of access to the development, access for emergency vehicles, and pedestrian and bicycle access from the development to neighboring commercial and retail development. These issues were evaluated by staff, and they are addressed in the transportation finding starting on page 12 of the technical staff report, and they were also addressed in the approved certificate of adequacy. The citizens had concern about the condition of the Magruder house and that the proposed design isolates and hides it from neighbors and the public. There were concerns also about the development's proximity to the Marietta Historic House and the view shed from that historic site. These issues were evaluated by staff and are addressed in the historic finding, starting on page 15 of the technical staff report. Citizens also had concerns that the review process of this preliminary plan was not transparent and that staff did not follow the required procedures. Citizens were also they also claimed that they were not able to register to speak for the planning board hearing until Monday, the 9th, after 2:55 p.m., and that the staff report was published less than 6 days prior to the hearing. Staff note that the citizens can register to speak for a planning board hearing, regardless whether the case number is listed on the website or not. And there's also a phone number listed on the website that they can call for the planning board's office to sign up to speak. The letters mentioned global warming, the proposed increase of impervious surfaces, and the frequency of more intense storms. They were concerned that the stormwater runoff from the proposed development to neighboring farmland and the impact on local roads, including flooding and erosion of streams. There's another letter that claimed that DPI's floodplain and stormwater management concept approval are based on obsolete data. Stormwater management is reviewed, approved, and enforced by the Department of Permitting, Inspections, and Enforcement, DPI. Erosion and sediment control is reviewed and approved by the Prince George's County Soil Conservation District. There were concerns that the townhouse development is not suitable for this location, and that the proposed age-restricted townhouses will be 3 to 4 stories high that are inappropriate for the elderly. There were also requests that the building design of the homes incorporate green energy techniques, such as electric vehicle charging stations, rooftop solar, and heat pumps. The preliminary plan of subdivision does not evaluate the architecture of the buildings. The building height and design of the proposed buildings will be evaluated with the forthcoming site plan. There were concerns regarding the proposed clearing of existing mature forests and specimen trees on the property for development. These issues were evaluated by staff and are addressed in the environmental finding, starting on page 22 of the technical staff report. Staff does know that the prior development approvals in 2006 approved clearing of 15.93 acres of woodland. The current tree conservation plan proposes clearing of 14.61 acres of woodland, which is less than what was previously approved. I forgot to mention regarding the publishing of the staff report that it was published on time on Friday as required for a preliminary plan of subdivision. Just wanted to clarify that. Next slide. In conclusion, based on the findings presented in the technical staff report, staff recommend that the planning board approve this preliminary plan of subdivision 4-22051, type 1 tree conservation plan TCP 1-001-2024, variation from section 24-121A4, and a variance from section 25-122B1G, subject to the findings and conditions in the staff report as revised by applicant's exhibit on pages 3 to 11 of the additional backup. And technical corrections to condition 1B. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Thank you for the report. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this time? I don't see any, so we'll turn to the applicant. Mr. Gibbs, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Edward Gibbs, an attorney with offices in Largo, and my firm is Gibbs and Haller. So I am pleased to be here today on behalf of the applicants and owners, Glendale Holding Company, LLC, and WFC Flagship, LLC. Both of those limited liability companies are controlled and owned by Mr. William F. Chesley. So let me, one housekeeping measure, and I need to apologize because when I sent my letter addressing the conditions that I thought needed to be revised, I inadvertently deleted or failed to include 2 conditions, and this resulted because of a change in numbering, and I apologize. It's not your fault, it's my fault, but that's why it didn't get picked up, even though I had discussed it with staff beforehand. So I appreciate the staff's agreement with regard to the revisions that I had proposed, in which I forwarded in my letter of September 10th, which was filed electronically on the morning of September 10th. The additional changes are as follows. I had requested that condition 24D be removed. And the reason is that that condition required my client to obtain a letter from the Parks Department indicating that they intended to maintain parcel C, which is the 10-foot area to the north of our property boundary, but one which was deeded to the Parks Department at their request when the original single-family detached subdivision plan was approved for Ivy Creek. And so, and it also requested that we also obtain written verification from the Parks Department that we could prepare an invasive species plan on their property. And my response to staff was simply that I don't have a problem with doing that, but I have no control over it. And the way it was worded, it had to be done before our preliminary plan could be certified. And so I said, I'm happy to do it, but it can't be a requirement of certification because it's something that I have absolutely no control over obtaining. And staff agreed with that, and they can respond. And so I'm requesting that that condition be deleted. And so the corresponding change to that change is condition 28. Because that too dealt with the limits of disturbance on the Marietta house. And so we propose that condition 28 be revised to read: the type 2 tree conservation plan shall include an invasive species management plan for the subject property, because that's all that we can control. And my understanding from the conversation that I had with staff is that they agreed with that change as well. And I apologize for the confusion that it's causing here, but it happened. I don't know whether you want staff to respond to that.
I'm happy to turn to Ms. Gupta and see if there's any concerns with this, with what Mr. Gibbs has to say.
Mr. Chair, staff concurred with the deletion of condition 24D and the revision to condition 28 as read into the record by Mr. Gibbs.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gupta. All right, Mr. Gibbs,
Okay.
back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Gupta, and also thank you for your understanding and indulgence, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I have a large number of witnesses here today, members of our team. I don't propose to call all of them in our initial presentation. I would like to reserve the right, and here's the reason for that. Calling everybody now is anticipating testimony that's going to be given by concerned citizens when we complete our initial presentation. And I just don't want to go in and unduly extend these proceedings, addressing issues that may not come up or that may come up in a different fashion and then have to call these people back again. So I'd like to wait and handle that in rebuttal. I have done that in the past, and the board has been the board has found that to be acceptable. I do have some comments that I want to make, and I do have two people who I want to call to give very, very brief comments initially, and that'll be right toward the end of my presentation. So let me say that I agree, and my client agrees with the comments made by Ms. Gupta, and largely with the exception of the revisions that we made to the conditions with the very thorough staff report, 50 pages in length, that addresses basically every item that could possibly be a measure of impact in this case. I do agree that the property was the subject of an earlier preliminary subdivision plan back in 2006. And that was a subdivision was approved for 26 building lots and 4 parcels. It was approved by the planning board and subsequently went to record plat. So it's a platted subdivision. The property is unimproved, mostly with the exception of the Magruder Brannan house, which is located roughly in the center of the property. And what happened was, when the original preliminary subdivision plan was approved and then the record plat, there was a lot created, lot 16, in the middle of the project. And lot 16 was the lot that the Magruder house was to be located on. And that in fact did occur. I'd like to speak a little bit about the neighborhood in question, and if I could ask Mr. Flanagan to bring up the zoning map from next one. There's a prior and a current. There we go. Yeah. So the Ivy Creek property is shown outlined in red here, and of course the Marietta historic site is directly north of us on property zoned ROS. And then there is property to the northwest. The RE piece is owned by Mr. Wixon and Mrs. Wixon, where they reside. There is further ROS to the west and southwest, owned by the United States of America. As you go directly down 450, again southwest of the property, there are 2 existing townhouse communities. Those are known as Glendale Woods and Sinclair Woods. Directly across Glendale Boulevard, or Maryland 193, you'll see a triangular parcel of land in red, primarily in red. There's a little pink piece over on the corner there. So Mr. Chesley owns the Fairwood Office Park, which is part of that property zoned CGO. Part of that land is improved with office buildings. There is a platted parcel out in the front at the intersection of 450 and 193, which has not yet been built on. And of course, the CGO zone permits a range of commercial uses, residential townhomes, and multifamily residential as uses permitted of right. Directly abutting the Fairwood Office Park is the Bell Station project. It has been subdivided, platted, and has a detailed site plan. It is undeveloped. It too is in the same zoning classification, CGO. Directly across 450 to the southeast quadrant There is residentially zoned property. I believe that's RR and RE, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe just RE. The French nursery site was right at the intersection there. And then immediately to the east of that is the pink area, which is the Fairwood community. And the Fairwood community consists of 1,799 residential units. I represented the Rouse Company, and it took us 24 years to process the entitlements and the development of that property. That approval included single-family attached townhomes, condominiums, and a large community retail center anchored by a Safeway store. So those are the adjoining uses. I want to say a few words about the Magruder House. Again, it was on the Fairwood Office Park site. When that property was going to be developed, Mr. Chesley sought to move it onto the Ivy Creek property. And he went to the Historic Preservation Commission to receive that permission. The permission was granted, and the movement occurred. And I would note for the planning board that the house was moved pursuant to a hall permit and also pursuant to a foundation permit issued by Prince George's County, and it was permit number 28428-2009. The home was in fact moved, and it is in the location in the center of the site. When it was moved, lot 16 was established by the Historic Preservation Commission as the environmental setting for the movement of the house. So the entire Ivy Creek project is not historic. The house is historic, and the environmental setting was lot 16, where the house sits today. Now, what we're proposing, and as Ms. Gupta explained, we're proposing to develop the property with a 74-unit age-restricted townhome community and one lot for a single-family attached home. The plan at this point is, after rehabilitation of the Magruder House is completed, it will in fact be sold to a private individual who will reside there as a member of the community. That is the plan at this point in time, and that's what Mr. Chesley plans to move forward with as he represented to the Historic Preservation Commission during our 2 hearings there before this hearing. It's important to note that the project, as we're proposing it, has a single point of access. It's a right in, right out on Glendale Boulevard, Maryland 193. That is the exact same access point that was proposed for the platted single-family detached subdivision that was approved and recorded. I want to clarify something. The development is permitted as a single-family attached community for elderly housing pursuant to the zoning ordinance in the RR zone. So this application is being processed under the prior subdivision regulations and the prior zoning ordinance. And so that was allowed pursuant to the adoption of CB 106 of 2021. That bill was actually in place and was used for another project in Prince George's County. It happened to work out that this project could use that bill as well. But I would also tell you that the project doesn't have to rely upon CB 106 because it also meets and could be approved as a planned retirement community. Both CB 106, which amended an existing provision of the prior zoning ordinance to permit this type of use as single-family attached elderly housing in the RR zone pursuant to the grant of a special exception. This same type of use is permitted as a planned retirement community in the RR zone. Both CB 106 and both planned retirement community permit up to 8 dwelling units per acre pursuant to the approval of a special exception. And in point of fact, the planned retirement community special exception provisions are less onerous than the provisions of CB 106. So actually, my client could use either of those two because they both produce the same result. The exact layout being proposed in the preliminary subdivision plan can be permitted under either. So he's not inextricably tied to a zoning text amendment, even though it's not one that my client actually had initially been involved in requesting. My client did participate in the hearings on that bill, but it was not presented at my client's request. I would simply say that the staff report is extremely thorough. It goes over all of the relevant criteria for an approval of a preliminary subdivision plan. And bear in mind, we're not approving the use in the preliminary plan. We're approving the lot layout and the points of access and the internal circulation and all the other things that go with it. But staff has analyzed all of the criteria that are relevant, including section 24.121, 24.122, which of course is public facilities. 128 deals with adequate roads, and makes positive findings with regard to all of those. And I'm not going to unduly drag this case out by going through all those unless there are some issues that are raised that I have to address on rebuttal. I need to talk about the Historic Preservation Commission meetings with regard to this case, this preliminary subdivision plan, which led to the action of the Historic Preservation Commission. So we filed a request to slightly modify the historic setting. As I mentioned before, the historic setting as it exists today, or as it previously existed, was lot 16 on the recorded platted subdivision for Ivy Creek under the single family detached regimen. At that point, lot 16, and that exists today, it was 41,180 square feet or 0.94 of an acre. My client filed with the Historic Preservation Commission a request to revise the environmental setting for the Magruder House because of a different lotting layout and because of concerns about environmental issues that didn't exist at the time that the original subdivision was approved. It's generally in the exact same location, but there are some slight modifications. It would now be 40,366 square feet, which is 0.92 of an acre. We went to the Historic Preservation Commission for this change because only the Historic Preservation Commission can approve an environmental setting for a historic structure. No one else can do that. So we filed that request with the Historic Preservation Commission. That request was added to the Historic Preservation Commission agenda when they were going to consider and take a position on this preliminary subdivision plan. And that hearing occurred on July 23rd of 2024. Several other folks who were signed up today to oppose this case came and opposed the hearings before the Historic Preservation Commission that night. There was a lot of testimony and concern raised about the fact that the Magruder House had not been properly rehabilitated exterior-wise when it was moved. And there were concerns expressed about whether or not that was going to happen this time around. The Historic Preservation Commission, understandably and in accord with its responsibilities, listened to those questions. Now, the other item that was considered was the impact on the Marietta mansion of this development, and of course, view sheds and buffers and plantings and things of that nature. Something that is important to consider, and when Ms. Gupta gave you the presentation. She showed in one of the slides in her deck, she showed that we abut the Marietta Mansion site directly at our northern property boundary, their southern property boundary. The house is, oh my gosh, 800 some feet away, but the property begins right there. And so we had a required 4.7 landscape buffer on our northern property boundary. 40 feet of the 50 feet was on our property. The other 10 was parcel C, which had been deeded to the Parks Department at their request earlier on. And the agreement at that time was that that 10-foot parcel C, 10-foot wide parcel C along our entire property boundary would comprise part of the buffer. That's in the easement document itself. Now, what's important to note is that this application was reviewed by Historic Preservation staff, and in their staff report on page 6, paragraph 5, is the following statement. The subject property is adjacent to the south to the Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery, 70-020 historic site. The proposed buffer yard between the Ivy Creek subdivision and Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery Historic Site 70-020, including parcel C, which was conveyed to MNC PPC by deed in 2009, fulfills the requirements of section 4.7 of the landscape manual. And here's the crucial staff recommendation. The findings of the line of sight profile identifies that the Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery, parens 70-020, close parens, historic site is sufficiently buffered from the proposed Ivy Creek subdivision. So that was the finding and recommendation of Historic Preservation staff to the Historic Preservation Commission, that the 4.7 buffer created sufficient buffering for the Marietta Mansion. Now, many of the folks at that hearing expressed their concerns over whether or not that was really sufficient. At the end of that hearing, I, on behalf of the applicant, the two entities before you today, I said to the Historic Preservation Commission, I said, listen, my client is going to take care of the rehabilitation of Magruder House to your satisfaction. And what I propose is that we draft conditions that tie any development of Ivy Creek pursuant to this subdivision, if it's approved, tie development of that subdivision to measurable, articulated, and understandable footsteps for the submission of an historic area work permit, the approval of that historic area work permit, the commencement of construction pursuant to that permit, and then what the timing for completion of the exterior rehabilitation of the Magruder House well in advance of any completion of development of the Ivy Creek site. So the Historic Planning Commission continued the case that night and said, we're going to come back on August 13th, and we are going to hopefully have conditions that address this issue satisfactorily. During that recess time, I met with the staff of the Historic Preservation Commission and with the council for the Historic Preservation Commission. I had drafted phasing conditions. I presented them to that group. They made some changes. We had an agreed upon set of conditions, and we came back to the Historic Preservation Commission on August 13th. The same folks were there addressing their concerns again. And what happened was what you see in the final version of the recommendation of the Historic Preservation Commission to the Planning Board. And basically, the conditions require that we submit an historic area work permit application as soon as possible, that we also submit a draft maintenance covenant that details the extent of what the rehabilitation is going to be and how it's going to be maintained. It provided that the historic area work permit be issued and that work commence on the rehabilitation prior to the issuance of the first building permit in Ivy Creek. It also required that the exterior rehabilitation be completed prior to issuance of the 15th permit for Ivy Creek, 15 out of 74. And then it also provided that all other exterior work, things like the driveway, extension of utilities, connection of utilities, grading around the house, etc., all be completed prior to the 70th building permit. We had also proffered that we would put in those conditions interior renovation of the Magruder House, but the Historic Preservation Commission said, no, we don't get involved in the interior. In the interior. We don't get involved in the interior. We can't make that a requirement. The Historic Preservation Commission also said, as a result of concern and testimony that was given, that indeed they would like to see the buffer, the 50-foot buffer, increased by 25 feet to be a 75-foot buffer. They made that recommendation. All of those conditions are now included in the staff report. We 100% wholeheartedly support them. I drafted most of them, and with the help of staff from Historic Preservation and their attorney. We are going to stand by that. My client is going to take care of this rehabilitation, and the house is going to look great. So with that being said, I'm not going to ask him to make a comment right now, but I did put into the record, my client has already retained the services of Brasher Design. And this is important because people have doubts and people are concerned about this. So my client retained Brasher Design. He has already, Mr. Ron Brasher has already prepared exterior elevations and changes to the interior floor plan. Those were submitted into the record. And Mr. Brasher is just going to give you maybe 90 seconds of testimony to tell you he's been retained. He's been told to get the historic area work permit filed as quickly as possible. He will be in charge of obtaining the permits, and the renovation is going to move forward, hopefully faster than the benchmarks that are recommended to be included in the approval of this preliminary subdivision plan. So those were the items that I wanted to tell you about the Historic Preservation Commission. I also wanted for a few moments, if I could, to have Mr. Campbell, the person who did the second noise study. He is the person who prepared the drawings that show conformance to 65 dBA LEQ, which is the new standard that's being applied in the daytime, and 55 dBA LEQ at nighttime. He prepared the drawings that were submitted Tuesday morning and which were addressed by Ms. Gupta. And all he's going to say is, I agree with what Ms. Gupta said. We have a berm and it's going to take care of the noise attenuation, and we meet those criteria, and so there is no noise intrusion that's going to violate the code. The only other thing I want to say, and I'm going to stop, is we did file a variation from the lot depth requirement. We have a very thorough justification statement that we submitted into the record in support of that variation request, and staff has also reviewed each of the criteria for that variation request, and that analysis appears on pages 39 through 42 of the staff report. And then, of course, there is a specimen tree variance that has been filed. Once again, Kim Morgan of Land Tech is here today. She will testify if necessary. But her analysis and the necessity for the removal of those specimen trees is very comprehensive in her justification statement that she submitted, and that variance request and the criteria to grant that variance request are addressed by the staff in the report at pages 31 through 35. And of course, they recommend approval of both the variation and the variance. And we'll come back with witnesses if we have to in rebuttal, but that's basically it. So with that being said, I would like Mr. Ron Brasher to say just a couple of seconds worth of words, and then our noise consultant after that. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Brasher, you've been sworn in. I don't see Mr. Brasher. I don't hear Mr. Brasher.
He's muted.
Okay.
Mr. Brasher, I see you on the screen. You have to unmute your microphone so you can talk, sir. Mr. Brasher, can you?
He can hear us.
Apparently he's talking, but his audio must be down.
Yeah.
Why don't we go to Mr. Campbell, the noise consultant, and I'll try to reach I'll try to have somebody reach Mr. Brasher and tell him to unmute himself.
Yeah, I think he's hearing us. Okay, Ms. Campbell? Is it
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Mr. Campbell, Gus Campbell.
Yeah. Mr.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, were you sworn in, Mr. Campbell?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and introduce you for the record, and the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Gus Campbell. I'm an acoustical consultant with Kaufman Engineers. I've been tasked with handling the noise study for this report, given that the property is adjacent to arterial roadways. And I am just going to repeat what Ms. Gupta said, that based on current traffic counts updated in April of this year from Traffic Concepts, current plan landscaping, and the addition of noise barriers, the 65 dBA LEQ daytime criteria established by the Prince George's County zoning ordinance is not exceeded at any outdoor space between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. And the 55 dBA LEQ nighttime criteria will also not exceed with the addition of those noise barriers. So,
thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Sure.
Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I see on the video here that someone is in Mr. Brasher's office helping him right now, and I can feel his pain because I've needed that help before myself.
Yes, we've been there. We've all been there. If we don't work this out, by the time we're in rebuttal,
indeed,
you can always bring in anyone you want.
Why don't we go ahead and do that, Mr. Chairman? His testimony is just ever so brief and just verifying the scope of what his instructions are to follow through to get this taken care of as quickly as possible. And I'm sure he can get himself fixed up, and I can call him back for rebuttal.
So let's do that. So if there's nothing else from the applicant at this point, commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant before we turn to our speakers list? I don't see any. I just want to say thank you for the thorough presentation as well. And I'm sure there will be more on rebuttal, but it's helpful to get some of the responses in advance too. So thank you for that.
Yeah, my pleasure, Mr. Chairman.
So let me first of all see who we have here just to make sure, and then I'll go through the list and make sure I didn't miss anybody. Mr. Wixton. Henry Wixton, you're there, okay. Miss Oliver, Jill Oliver, are you there? No, Miss Oliver. Ms. Wixton, I did see you. There we go. Ms. Jackson, I saw you as well. There we go. Mr. Smith, I saw. Yes. Where are you, sir? You were here. There we go. No? We'll come back to Mr. Smith. I did see him earlier. Mr. Suhar.
I'm here.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Gingold, still around. There you are.
I'm here.
Ms. Spears. Yes, gotcha. We can see you. Don't worry about it. Ms. Linda Thompson.
I'm sorry, guys. Do we have audio now?
We do. Hold on one sec, though.
Excellent. Okay.
But don't speak yet. Ms. Thompson, are you there? No. And Mr. Lee. Rendar Lee? No? Okay. Did I miss anybody who is expecting to speak? Okay, that's good news.
I'm available now.
All right, Mr. Gibbs, I'm happy to turn back to you if you want to turn back to Mr. Brasher.
Mr. Chairman, he'll be very brief, and it might be propitious to get this taken care of right now.
Sure.
Mr. Brasher, could you please, just for the record again, identify yourself and just explain what your role is and what what's been explained to you that the applicant and owner wants you to accomplish.
Right.
And Mr. Brasher, you were sworn in, correct?
Yeah, I was sworn in early. Yes, I was.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Take it away.
Okay, my name is Ron Brasher. I'm an architect with Brasher Design in Columbia, Maryland. We were retained about a month ago by Chesley Real Estate. And by the way, I've worked with Chesley Real Estate for over 30 years, residentially and commercially. We were retained to restore the Magruder house. My staff has taped and measured the house inside and out. We've produced exterior and interior drawings. We have prepared drawings for the rehab of the exterior. Historically, I have photographs of the house as it initially was, and it will be put back exactly like it initially was. We have finished those design drawings, presented to our client. We are now preparing drawings for permitting, and we should file a permit within 2 weeks.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Gibbs?
The only thing I didn't note when I was talking about the Historic Preservation Commission, and it is significant, that with the conditions that their staff had, because they had conditions as well, and with the conditions that we jointly prepared, and with the increased buffer, it's important to note that the Historic Preservation Commission, the very body charged with protecting historic structures and properties, they actually recommend approval of this preliminary subdivision plan subject to those conditions. That's the only thing I wanted to add. That's in their order, that's in the record. Thank you.
Chair Shapiro, you're on mute.
All right, that's fair. Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Before we go to the speakers list, I just want to announce one thing. This is just for your information because she's not signed up to speak, but Senator Benson is actually in our offices. She's around the corner in our conference room, and I just want to let the constituents know, because I don't think you can see her on camera, that she's very attentive to this and she is observing the processes. So that's just for your information, because Senator Benson won't be speaking because she didn't sign up. So with that, I'm going to go through our list. Mr. Smith, I do see you now, by the way, so I've got you as well. I'm going to go in the order that I have on the list before me. If you are representing an organization, you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak. That's not a member of an organization. If you're actually authorized to speak on behalf of the organization, and you'll have up to 5 minutes to speak. Otherwise, we'll give you 3 minutes to speak. After we've gone through all the speakers, there may or may not be questions, but again, we'll turn back to the applicant for any rebuttal and close, and that is our process. So let me start with Mr. Wixon, Henry Wixon. Now, I have you listed, Mr. Wixon, I have you listed as Glendale Citizens Association. Are you representing that organization?
I am.
Okay, so we'll give you 5 minutes to speak. Did somebody else?
Mr. Chairman, I hesitate to interrupt, but I'd just like all the people who are representing organizations to disclose that they had a meeting, duly organized, quorum, and the action was voted upon that they're taking. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry, am I on?
You are on. Mr. Smith, I see your hand up. You have a question for us around a process issue? Is there something?
Yeah, it's a procedural question. I understand you'd like to limit individuals to 3 minutes and organizational reps to 5. But you also said, and I think there's a point of fairness, that each side would be allocated roughly the same amount of time.
Okay.
I think that latter point should rule, and you should provide some leeway, significant leeway, as long as we stay within about the same amount of time that Mr. Gibbs spoke. So before we go, it would be helpful to know how much time Mr. Gibbs and his team just took up for their presentation.
I appreciate the question. According to my clock, Mr. Gibbs spoke for about 35 minutes.
So I would ask that you allot project opponents the same amount of time. Whether it
I
falls
will,
to
and actually,
person
I will,
five.
Mr. Smith, and actually, based upon the number of people who are speaking, even at the 3-minute mark for each person, we're going to go over that time. So it should be, and I'm certainly not going to stop folks, but broadly, I will make sure, and you can be attentive to this as well, that collectively there's at least 35 minutes for folks in opposition as well. So thank you for that, Mr. Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll start again with Mr. Wixon. You have up to 5 minutes. We'll put the time on the clock. Per Mr. Gibbs' request, I do want to make sure this doesn't mean you won't be able to speak if you did not get the formal authorization from the organization. But was there formal authorization from the organization for you to speak on their behalf at a?
Yes, sir. I have formal authorization from the board, the association board, because we are in between regular business meetings.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Wixon. If you could introduce yourself for the record, you have the time up on the clock as a way for us to help manage the time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir, very much. Chairman Shapiro, members of the planning board, Henry Wixon, 10701 Marietta Street, Glendale, appearing in my capacity as president of the Glendale Citizens Association, Inc. And want to thank the chair for noting the presence of Senator Benson, which we very much appreciate. I want to first note an objection to the untimely entry of Mr. Gibbs' proposed changes to conditions 26B and 28. There's been no opportunity for us to study those changes or to fairly respond. I also want to note a stark contrast to the Locust Hill CDP before you earlier today, where the developer proposed to preserve half the property. And now the board is being asked to approve a plan that destroys almost the entirety of the heavily forested and environmentally sensitive Ivy Creek property for high-density townhouses and with little to no streetscape plantings proposed. We also object to the TSR finding that the District Council's adoption of CB 106 renders the relevant recommendations in the sector plan no longer appropriate and the requirements of Section 24-121A5 are satisfied. The sector plan recommendations still apply unless and until a special exception is granted to permit the higher density on this property. The TSR should have addressed the sector plan recommendations in this proceeding in the alternative because no special exception has been approved here. The requirements of 24-121A5 have not been satisfied, and finding otherwise would be error. The special exception process should have occurred prior to the PPS, as it determines whether the property can be developed at other than the previously approved RR single-family detached and in conformance with Section 24. Having the PPS process and decision before the SE either renders the SE process ineffective and a sham or wastes very significant county, applicant, and citizen resources when the SE is denied. The applicant's various hardship arguments should be rejected. Hardship cannot reasonably be found here in view of the applicant's own prior approved application, PPS 4-05105, pursuant to which, for example, the applicant proposed and agreed to save a significantly greater portion of forested land. The applicant in the current application requests to destroy so much more forested area, and that reflects avarice, not hardship. That applies equally to each hardship argument for each of the variations and variances requested, where the applicant's own prior application, the 05105, did not require those variations or variances. The GDCA has serious public safety and traffic concerns with the proposed right-in, right-out access onto a high-speed multi-lane arterial and objects to the TSR finding regarding accel-decel lanes that, quote, the requirement for lanes can be determined by SHA at the time of permitting, close quote. The planning board should absolutely have the benefit of input from SHA in order to make an informed decision. The TSR shows that transportation staff here deferred to SHA and did not itself provide any findings. For this record, the planning board does not have the input from its own staff or from SHA on this record cannot assume SHA approval and should not approve this PPS with an inadequate record. We also object that the TSR fails to include nearby parkland that includes the Glendale Hospital property, which is obligatory under state law to be parkland and should be included here in this consideration. We note that many of the HPC's finding and recommendations do not appear to have been fully incorporated into or reflected in the TSR conditions of approval, and that these are to be mostly addressed at this SE stage. They should be addressed at this stage. The GDCA disagrees with the finding that the line of sight profile identifies that the Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery historic site is sufficiently buffered from the proposed Ivy Creek subdivision. The applicant's LOS profile is based primarily on park and planning property trees, not on the applicant's own property trees, and the applicant's proposed clear cutting and grading will inevitably degrade the adjacent park and planning forest, as noted by staff. The applicant's obligation to buffer its proposed high-density project from Marietta must be satisfied by the applicant, using the applicant's own property. The GDCA objects to the applicant's proposed solid wall of 19 townhouses at almost the highest elevation of Ivy Creek and inadequately buffered from Marietta, which would have the backs of these townhouses looming over Marietta as though Marietta were little more than a warehouse. The fronts of a new development adjacent to historic properties like Marietta should face historic properties. This is not the case, and this PPS should be disapproved. Separately, buffering requirements for this project must be measured from the current boundary line between Ivy Creek and park and planning property. The applicant conveyed parcel C to MNC PPC per the prior approval of 405-105, but the applicant never built the 26 units approved under 405-105. The present PPS is therefore not entitled to claim the benefit of that conveyance or the prior purported 10-foot easement. Actions required of it or offered by it as conditions of approval of a prior plan the applicant itself never completed, but not required or offered as part of the current PPS. The TSR states the current PPS, if approved, will supersede PPS 405-105 for the subject property. And if the applicant desires the benefit of PPS 405-105, it should build that approved project. The applicant doesn't want to build that project. It wants to build townhouses instead. Therefore, it must design its townhouse plan based on the current property line, not the old one. The GDCA disagrees with TSR's apparent position that the applicant is allowed to have it both ways. Finally, I wish to note an objection to giving the applicant's attorney the opportunity to rebut and present additional testimony in rebuttal without permitting surrebuttal by those in opposition. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit these comments for the record and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wixon. And Mr. Wixon, for the record, there will be opportunity for cross-examination, which is our practice. So if there are specific things that you hear that you also wish to cross, we will allow that as well. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Jill Oliver. Ms. Oliver, are you on? You don't? Okay, I'll reach out. I'll check you. Yes.
Excuse me, Chairman, it's Michelle Jackson. I was surprised that she was signed up. I think she's still out of the country. So just
Okay,
a note.
right.
All right.
Jackson, I appreciate that very much. All right, so then we'll turn to Ms. Wixon, Eleanor Wixon. And Ms. Wixon, you were sworn in, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Take it away. Introduce yourself for the record. We'll put 3 minutes on the clock, and the time is yours. Introduce yourself for the record.
Yes. For the record, my name is Eleanor Wixon. I reside at 10701 Marietta Street in Glendale. We also, and I'm going to talk about this first in case I don't get to it, but I would appreciate any forbearance on going over time. We also own the Wixon Farm, which abuts the subject property to the west. We have an historic house named Buena Vista. This is 70-081, and we are also a certified tree farm, a Maryland certified tree farm. Okay, and so with that, let me begin. And sorry, I'm trying to use my phone because our printer died.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. Good morning, Chairman Shapiro and Planning Board members. The development by Ivy Creek Preliminary Plan subdivision threatens the ecology of Glendale community and its environs and should not be permitted to proceed. Please deny PBS 4-22051. And the environs, I would say it should more reasonably include everything that is north and west of this development, because that's the side of the road it's on, and that is, for the most part, open space and farmland and historic property. Here we go again. The Maryland Department of Natural Resources estimates that in a woodland there are 159 trees that are about 9.5 inches in diameter per acre. On the 19.1 acres of Ivy Creek, that's about 3,000 trees. As much as 2 acres has already been cleared previously. But can you imagine felling almost 3,000 trees after the hottest year on record? But there's more. When those trees are cleared and the land is graded, the remaining forest on adjacent properties will degrade and the trees will begin dying off due to the effects of creating a new forest edge. And I will not go through my argument on that because staff has already told you this. Basically, what happens if you leave that forest edge open, the trees on the adjacent property, including Marietta, including our property, including Plant Introduction Station, will degrade. The original development plan for 26 single-family homes retained 65 trees. The new plan for 74 townhomes removes 47 of them, and I counted them with X's on them. Those trees leave just 24 extant trees. Of those, at least 8 are all or partly outside the Ivy Creek property line and should not be counted toward the tree conservation plan, which is just 16 trees. In addition to tree removal, there will be runoff and pollution that will mostly affect properties to the west, including the forests and wetlands on our adjacent property, which I've said is a state certified tree farm, as well as those on the Glendale Plant Introduction Center. These wetlands feed the Lotsford Branch stream. The same forest degradation described will adversely affect not just MNC PPC forested land, but our own adjacent forested land. The Ivy Creek development presents an antithesis to our mission as a certified tree farm to preserve woodlands, wetlands, and wildlife. Glendale Holding Company has wrongly applied its current project easement on land that was conveyed to MNC PPC Marietta on June 19th, 2009. On the current PPS, a note reads that this easement, parcel C, exists for the purpose of partially fulfilling landscape buffering requirements. What it does not reveal is this was a requirement and condition of the prior Zoglio PPS and Ivy Creek DSP and no longer applies. This is confirmed by a memorandum to the Historic Preservation Commission on July 16th, 2024. The Historic Preservation section of the countywide planning division states, conditions attached to these previous approvals do not apply to the subject preliminary plan of subdivision application PPS 4-22051. Glendale Holding has quite recently been attempting to impose its buffer on land long owned, now 15 years, by MNC PPC. They have, without permit or permission, intruded on Marietta's property for a stake survey to identify Marietta's original boundary as well as their own new property line. And within the past 2 days, they have bulldozed an approximately 18-foot swath next to their property line and dumped brush from this clearing onto Marietta property. They also cleared an area on Marietta's property for the purposes of securing a line of sight balloon, which, by the way, is visible through the woods. And I took a picture, but I cannot attach that for you, but I will get it to you if you want it. It's visible.
So I'm going to ask you to wrap up, give you another 30 seconds, okay?
Okay. Anyway, this is visible. The former 10-foot allowance cannot be counted towards the Ivy Creek buffer, and it needs to be added to the buffer starting at the new property line and going forward. For all the reasons I've talked about, please deny PPS for 22051. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mixon. Thank you very much. All right, next we have Michelle Jackson. Ms. Jackson, you are there. We'll put 3 minutes up on the clock. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
My name is Michelle Jackson. I reside at 13107 Jordanson Endeavor Drive in Bowie, in the Fairwood community. I would request that I have an error in the requested action on the letter I submitted. Please delete the rescheduling of the hearing and extending the comment period transparency. My request is solely to deny Glendale Holdings preliminary plan of subdivision for Ivy Creek 422051. All right. Thank you. So I respectfully request that you deny this project based on to protect communities, historic resources, local forests and trees and youth streams. You've heard all of this prior to my testimony, but also I'm really concerned because I find the age restriction questionable. I do realize that this is not rather the DSP stage, but I think it's important to note, very important. Most seniors do not seek out 3-level townhomes. And also I'm still greatly concerned about the traffic that this is gonna, we've got seniors now coming out onto both 450 and 193 from access points that seem very questionable to me. They got to go across 4 lanes of highway. Now remember, these are elderly drivers. To get onto 190, to get on the 450, excuse me, from that complex, from the proposed complex. I also, you know, Mr. Gibbs mentioned today that actually this would require, this project could qualify as a planned retirement community. Are you kidding me? You've got a pickleball court and a little bit of a trail, and that's it? I mean, yeah, this is very disingenuous, I believe. But all right, my serious concerns also are about the emergency, police, fire, all of the kinds of emergency services that are going to be escalated as a result of this elderly community. All right. With unmistakable evidence that global warming is accelerating, we've talked about this as well, it defies common sense still that the county would consider approving a project that would destroy a forest and increase the number of impervious surfaces. Now, let me say this too. You know, Plan 2035 has just been thrown out the window, it seems. This proposed development is clearly not consistent, and there have been 4 developments within a 2-mile radius that have been planned within the last 2 years for this area. 4 within a 2-mile radius. All of this is clearly not consistent with Plan 2035. And the density is also out of the recommended range. I understand about the county council's bill that has been talked about here. I understand that, but still, this is just totally out of range of plans. Why do we create these community plans and just totally ignore them? I just don't understand that. I ask that your consideration be given to deny this request and that this be a part of the official record for PPS for 22051. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Next, we have Mr. Smith, Greg Smith. We'll put 3 minutes up on the clock for you, sir.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to go last and back clean up with the remainder of the time.
If there's no objection from anybody else, I don't have any concern with that at all, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
So we'll move on to Mr. Suhar, Wingate Homeowners Association. I assume you're authorized by that organization to speak. Is that correct, Mr. Suhar?
Yes, the board asked me to be here today to make comments.
Okay, then we'll put 5 minutes up on the clock and introduce yourself for the record. The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Sean Suhar. I'm an attorney with the firm of Nagel and Zahler. Thank you for Chairman Shapiro and members of the planning board for allowing me to make comments. My firm represents the Wingate Homeowners Association, which is in Glendale, and we represent several other community associations in Prince George's County. The applicant previously obtained approval for subdivision of the property into 26 single-family detached lots because the property is zoned rural residential. Now the applicant is requesting approval of a new subdivision for 75 lots in a much higher density townhouse development, 49 more lots than what was previously approved. The applicant they do rely upon CB 106/2021, which requires frontage on arterial roadways. However, the applicant cannot fit 75 lots on this property due to the subdivision regulations, which require lots to have depth of 150 feet. To get around this rule, the applicant requests a variation to the 150-foot lot depth requirement and claims, and in order to do that, they claim a hardship, which doesn't make any sense. On the one hand, they need the road frontage to develop the additional lots, but then they claim that the roadways are a hardship for them. So the applicant has created their own hardship in adding 49 lots. The variation will have a negative impact on the health and welfare of future residents. The applicant performed their own study on traffic noise, and I want to note that this is not an independent study. I'm sorry, this was their own study. And so the study revealed that at least 8 future townhouses will be negatively affected. And from what I saw today, it looks like more than half the community will be affected by high levels of traffic noise. But the applicant's solution is to add soundproofing materials and walls, which would have a significant negative impact on the historic preservation of the property and upon the aesthetics of the community and the roadway. The applicant's solution is a Band-Aid and will not improve the problems with noise. This leaves me wondering whether the applicant expects residents not to open their windows and to go outside. The subdivision regulations would not create a hardship for the applicant if they developed the property under the prior approval for 26 single-family lots. So they can develop the property without hardship. Contrary to what staff stated earlier, the applicant is not prevented from developing the property. But even if the applicant proceeds with the higher density townhouse project, they can have 50 lots without a variation at all, which is what about double from what was previously approved. The applicant also does not provide any evidence that land costs, design layout, considerations, and infrastructure costs would be significantly increased. They just make a blanket statement so that they can build more townhouses for increased profit. The variations violate the law as well because building an additional 49 lots will require removal of 46 specimen trees, which are required to be preserved under Section 25-112 of the Woodland and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Ordinance. To get around this law, the applicant now requests a variance, which would also not be necessary if they developed according to the prior approval for 26 single-family lots. The applicant has not demonstrated that there's any special considerations peculiar to the subject property which have caused an unwarranted hardship. Rather, the applicant has created its own hardship by requesting a new preliminary plan of subdivision with higher density development. If the applicant chose to develop the subject property with the prior approval of PPS, then the variance to the requirements under Section 25-112 would not be necessary. Thus, enforcement of the rules will not deprive the applicant of a right commonly enjoyed by others in similar areas. The request is based on conditions or circumstances which are the result of actions taken by the development because the applicant chose to reapply for higher density development. I see my time is out,
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm just going to request that the planning board please deny the request for PPS in this case and for variance and variation. Thank you very much for allowing me to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Sear. I neglected to ask just for the record that you were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was sworn in, yes.
Okay, Ms. Jackson, same with you as well, right?
Yes, I was.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to both of you.
Thanks,
Okay, next we'll turn to Ms. Gingold with the Sierra Club. We'll put 5 minutes up on the clock, Ms. Gingold. If you could introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Janet Gingold. I live in Kettering. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Prince George's Sierra Club. As a member of the executive committee, I am authorized to speak for our Sierra Club, and my comments are based on decisions of the executive committee who reviewed my letter prior to my sending it. Our executive committee is elected by our members. The Prince George's Sierra Club opposes the Ivy Creek subdivision as described in PPS 422-051 because it would exceed the recommended density for the rural residential zone, place proposed homes for the elderly too close to busy arterial roads, replace woodlands with impermeable surfaces without adequate on-site mitigation, and create a disrupted edge along the woodlands of the Marietta Mansion property. We disagree with the applicant's claim that the district council's adoption of CB 106/2021, which permits the use proposed herein at the density proposed, represents a subsequent action or event which renders technical recommendations of the master plan no longer appropriate as to the property. While CB 106/2021 might allow for higher density housing for seniors in the RR zone with a special exception, the planning board should still ensure that the proposed development meets the goals of the master plan and the sector plan. Even though the application for this PPS was filed prior to July 1st, 2024, we urge the planning board to take into account new Maryland state requirements and new Prince George's County regulations from CB 2021 to 22, and do all you can to ensure that the property meets the updated standards for tree conservation. By adding 74 age-restricted housing units, this plan would increase housing options for seniors who want to age in place. However, it's not at all clear that the proposed multi-story attached dwellings in this auto-dependent part of the country would best meet the needs of residents 55 years and older. We don't see the elevators, single-story options, and available public transit and noise abatement that would be especially important for this population. Of particular note is the failure to maintain the required depth of 150 feet from routes 193 and 450 for multiple units along both roadways. This is contrary to requirements for adequate protection and screening from traffic noise nuisances, which include air pollution in addition to noise. Also, the movement of traffic from Ivy Creek onto Route 193 so close to the intersection with 450 would be potentially unsafe. With regard to the primary management area and regulated environmental features and stormwater, we appreciate the applicant's plan to minimize impacts to the PMA while limiting construction to the two ridges and avoiding disruption of the stream and floodplain. However, with all the proposed asphalt and buildings, we are concerned about whether the stormwater management plan will adequately protect stream and downstream properties and natural resources of the Western Branch watershed. Western Branch is home to several rare and endangered aquatic species, and maintaining the quality of the water of the Western Branch is important not only to protect these special local inhabitants, but also for keeping common things common, for rehabilitating the Patuxent River, and protecting the Chesapeake Bay. Erosion and sediment control requirements must ensure that the water leaving the site meets state requirements so that no degradation occurs. The proposed stormwater management plan includes a 700-foot swale along the northern edge that abuts the Marietta Mansion property. Because of its potential adverse effects on adjacent woodlands to the north, staff has recommended removal of this swale. What additional stormwater management features will be added or enlarged to compensate for the removal of the swale? The stormwater management plan also includes an outfall from the stormwater management pond into the floodplain near the stream. While the pond and its forebay will help to remove sediment and pollution, we will still expect outfall to contain sediment during construction and pollution related to vehicular use on asphalt surfaces. There will probably also be an impact on temperature of the stream and velocity of the water. These changes would adversely affect sensitive areas downstream. Moreover, adequate functioning of the bioswales, dry wells, and retention pond depend on ongoing maintenance, which is a significant burden on the elderly residents and their homeowners association. We asked the planning board to reevaluate the adequacy of the stormwater management plan, especially related to questions of whether the capacity of the pond can compensate if the large swell along the northern edge is removed, and whether the maintenance demands will be reasonable for the age-restricted residents. About the
Gingold, you're at your time. If you want to wrap up, take about another 30 seconds and wrap up, please.
Okay, yeah, we just want to make sure that we're building for the future, not the past, and we urge the planning board to require that new facilities be equipped with rooftop solar and EV charging stations, and maybe make that Magruder House into a resilience hub. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Ms. Gingold. Ms. Thompson, by the way, I do see that you're online, so you're on my list now. I was looking for you before, but we have Ms. Spears who's going to speak before you. Tanya Spears.
No, I think they.
Mr. Brasher. Mr. Brasher, you got to mute. Thank you. We're having one of those days, aren't we? Ms. Spears, do I see you? There you are. Yeah. Yes, yes, ma'am. I can hear you. If you could introduce yourself for the record, we'll put 3 minutes up on the clock. If you could, and the floor, and you were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was. My camera was not working at the time, but I was sworn in.
Yes, ma'am. So take it away. Introduce yourself for the record, and the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Tanya Spears. I have lived in Glendale since 2002. The first 19 and a half years in Glendale Woods development. That's the townhome development that will neighbor this proposed location. I am currently living in the Wingate community in Glendale. I would like to register my opposition to the current proposal. I was in favor of the 26 single-family homes that was proposed years ago. At the time, I was the president of the Glendale the Glendale Woods Homeowners Association, and we were in favor of that, and we registered that vote. I am representing myself now, but I personally would like to disapprove this proposal for townhouses. 74 townhouses is just too many. I believe Mr. Gibbs mentioned the Glendale Woods development, which is next door on 450. That development has 34 townhomes. The development next to that, he mentioned Sinclair Woods. They have 30 townhomes. So it's not nearly as large as the townhouse development that's being proposed. The 74 townhouses is too dense. It will be too many people, be too many cars, especially for one way in, one way out. We had issues in Glendale Woods with 34 townhomes with one way in, one way out. So I can't imagine the issues that they're going to have on 193. And that corner is a beautiful corner. It's a lovely corner. I love Glendale. I would hate to see it ruined by tall townhouses literally on the corner there. Oh, I'm sorry, the northwest corner. Also, one thing I don't understand is I'm not sure if it's townhouses they're proposing or a 55 plus community, because they're opposite. So I'm having a problem with that. There's a 55 plus community 1 mile up on 193 that is being built or has been built, and it's not townhouses. The Woodlands at Reed Temple is 1 mile the other way on 193 from this location. They're not townhouses. They're fit for people who are 55 and older. 3-story or 3 to 4-story townhouses is not what that community is looking for. I assure you, I think everyone here knows that. So I don't know if, you know, it can be a 55 over for townhouses or not, but they don't work together. So I think some clarification needs to be made there. And as for the Magruder House, I don't understand why it would be in a townhouse development. It fit well with the previously approved plan with the 26 townhouses, 26 homes, but now it's going to be in a townhouse development. So that also seems a bit odd, and I'm not sure how much visibility that house will have, which is a concern. But I'd like to request that the proposal as it sits now be denied, if at all possible. Thank you very much.
Ms. Spear, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, we have Ms. Thompson, Linda Thompson. Ms. Thompson, were you sworn in before?
I'm sorry, sir, I was not.
Okay, let me do that real quick. It's just take a second. If you could raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony would be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath. I'm going to put 3 minutes up on the clock. Ms. Thompson, if you could introduce yourself for the record, and you'll see the clock in front of you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Do you need my address?
Yes, please, for the record.
Okay. I am a resident of Glendale at 11336 Old Prospect Hill Road for 23 years.
Thank you.
I'm an active community member. I respectfully request that you protect our community, its residents, and the historic assets by denying Glendale Holdings' application for approval of Ivy Creek. Seniors in their 50s and 60s today are active, vibrant, working, contributing members of society who drive, shop, bike, and walk. This location offers no safe, convenient bicycle or pedestrian access to shops, restaurants, or other public facilities such as gyms or libraries. That being said, seniors 55 and up who are purchasing homes are downsizing and looking to move into their age-in-place location. Townhouses are completely inappropriate for this group of home buyers. Homes for seniors should be wheelchair accessible and configured for them to be able to age in place. This county should never allow townhomes to be built on property designated for seniors. The county master plan calls for townhomes at transportation hubs. They are not appropriate at this location. Townhomes are not conducive to the view shed of the bordering Marietta House Museum or the Arthur Magruder House on the property. This historic Arthur Magruder House should be restored, lived in, and part of its surrounding community, not isolated and hidden from its neighbors and the public. It should be visible and celebrated as part of the community as the county treasure that it is. This subdivision has only one point of access for homeowners, visitors, and emergency responders, and that access point is onto Route 193, very close to the intersection at Route 450. For safety reasons, this alone should dictate a minimum number of homes on this property. The county worked hard to develop our new zoning laws, and I was an active part of that process. The county council has already undermined all that work by extending the transition time during which developers can choose between old and new zoning laws. This property is not zoned for townhomes under either the new or the old plan. Zoning exceptions should be approved only when necessary to benefit the surrounding community. There's no justification for allowing this developer to be exempt from the existing zoning on this property simply to maximize his profit. Good planning dictates, good planning practices and basic fairness require that they access and disclose the full impact of this project, and especially on the adjacent historical properties, the community, the environment, the local roads, and the public service. I request please deny this exception. Thank you.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. If I don't see Randar Lee, then I don't think we have anyone else but Greg Smith on the list. We're actually at the time where the opposition does have equal time with the applicant. But Mr. Smith, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway. You're speaking as an individual, not as an organization. So you have 3 minutes. But if you need a little bit more time, like I've done with other folks, I'll be flexible with you as well. If you could introduce yourself for the record. You were sworn in, correct?
Yes, I was sworn in. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Greg Smith. I reside at 4204 Farragut Street in Hyattsville. I'll try to keep my comments brief and not repetitive. Procedural point. This entire procedure has been prejudiced against project opponents by the planning board issuing the TSR and a 325-page backup file that was not indexed no earlier than late on the afternoon of Friday, September 6th. That's less than 4 days prior to the deadline for public comments and less than 6 days prior to this hearing. By continuing to publish false and misleading statement that no related documents are available on the Planning Department's TAMS website. Refusing or failing to provide requested technical referral memos along the way and waiting until late on September 6th to provide them. Refusing or failing to provide information or records the director was relying on to decide whether to issue a certificate of adequacy, and allowing the applicant to submit 37 pages of new information in the written record 4 days after the publication of the TSR and as part of the additional backup file that was published on the evening of the 10th. The planning board should have required the applicant to file for approval a conceptual site plan. Because this project presents the conditions that the zoning ordinance lays out as examples for requiring a CSP. The subject property and the adjoining properties are environmentally sensitive. The proposed use does not match the purposes or standards of the RR zone, and the project does not match surrounding uses. Those are criteria for that may be invoked to require a CSP. I agree with Henry Wixon's testimony that the applicant should have gone through the special exception process first rather than the PPS. This approach we're seeing right now presumes and positively makes a mockery of the special exception process. The project conflicts with multiple purposes of the RR zone, one of which is to provide for and encourage variations in the size, shape, and width of one-family detached residential subdivision lot in order to utilize the natural terrain. Natural terrain here is steeply sloped, and the applicant needs to significantly regrade it to accommodate this project. Another goal is to encourage the preservation of trees and open space. This applicant proposes to, has already destroyed an acre or two of trees in the southeast corner of the project and proposed to destroy another 14 acres or so of mature forest to prevent soil erosion and stream valley flooding. Transportation concerns have already been addressed. A project like this, with it being entirely automobile dependent, have virtually no bicycle or pedestrian access, safer, convenient bicycle access to meaningful destinations, conflicts with Plan 2035, the second plan, the Climate Action Plan, and Transportation Master Plan. I raised concerns about the applicant's use of T-shaped termini on a couple of streets rather than turnabouts. The fire department commented in its SRDC comment that it would need to see a turning exhibit, and yet there's no turning exhibit in the record that I've seen. The density calculation is unreliable and probably inaccurate because it relies on a highly obsolete floodplain study done in about 2000, that was approved in 2008, 2009, and fails to exclude all streets, alleys, and other public ways. That would and should include the acceleration and deceleration on 193. The applicant fails to, the project would endanger critical habitat for wildlife and plants, for interior forest dwelling species, and for rare, threatened, and endangered species in Maryland.
Mr. Smith, give yourself another 30 seconds, okay? But then need you to wrap up.
Can you give me a little more leeway, Mr. Chair?
I mean, if there's something that you're bringing that, because part of this is you're repeating things that other folks have already spoken to.
Right, that's my mistake. These points will not.
Okay. Why don't you take another minute?
Okay, PG Atlas shows 2 streams on the property, not 1, and that was updated in 2020. It also shows that DNR maps the entire property and all the adjacent properties as potential forest interior habitat and as area, and most of the property is being subject to sensitive species review. Here's a kicker. In the stormwater management approval, the floodplain delineation approval, that they're relying on a floodplain delineation that was approved in 2008. In that approval, the Department of Public Works and Transportation stated, please make note that the above approval is valid for the existing and proposed conditions as delineated on the approved plans. In that case, the approved plan was for the 26 detached houses, not this plan for 74. And DIPWIT said, if the property owner proposes to make changes to the general condition of the development site, a new floodplain study based on the proposed development will be required. In July 2023, EPI issued a technogram 07-2016 revised, which requires engineers and agencies delineating floodplains to use a significantly higher 100-year storm in delineating floodplains. This is in reaction to the reality that climate change is bringing. Prior to that, EPI had also issued a technogram requiring that same more intense 100-year storm to be used in designing stormwater management facilities. It's completely inappropriate for DPI or for the planning department or the planning board to allow this applicant to get away with using a floodplain delineation and study that was initiated in 2004 and approved in 2008 based on obsolete models, obsolete data, and a completely different plan. Thank you. I could add more. You've heard me talk about climate change in the past, but in keeping with preserving habitat, protecting communities, complying with subtitle 24, 25, 27, and 32, this applicant should be required to do a new floodplain study, new stormwater study, and tell the planning board where it plans to provide off-site mitigation for deforestation, how that will be monitored, and how that will be maintained, and how that will protect these environmental resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, I have nobody else on the sign-up sheet. Commissioners, I'm going to turn back to the applicant for rebuttal. Then we will give opposition a chance for any rebuttal if there is questions specific to any of the testimony that we hear or the comments that we hear in rebuttal. And then Mr. Gibbs, you will have the final word for close. I am mindful of the time. We've been going a long time. I'm curious about, I want to help manage the time here. Mr. Wixon, others, do you expect that you will have a lot of questions on rebuttal on cross? Because I'm thinking we might take a break right now for about 20 minutes and then come back if we think it's going to take some more time. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, the planning board rules of procedure allow not only cross-examination by any person of record, they allow each side to provide a summation after the applicant's rebuttal. We went through this before in the discussion about a DSP a while back. So we have the right to cross, and we also have the right to offer the summation.
There's lots of issues here. What is the question of who the we is? Because in this case, the opposition isn't organized in that way. But I'm going to hold the thought. I am going to suggest we take a break because I think we'll be taking a bit more time. I'm going to propose that we take a 20-minute break. It's 1:01. So let's come, we'll say it's 1 o'clock-ish. So we'll come back at 1:20 and I'll check with council and we'll figure out that we're going through the right process for this to make sure that everyone's voice gets heard, okay? So we're on break until 1:20. I will see you all back then. When we come back, we'll start up with rebuttal by the applicant. Thanks. Gather back. We have our commissioners here. I see a number of the parties. I don't see Mr. Gibbs yet. Staff is back. Ms. Gupta, others.
Mr. Chairman, Ed Gibbs here. I'm back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ms. Gupta, I do see you. Okay. Okay, we are back from a recess. Mr. Flanagan, we're ready to go, I assume?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of our process, I just want to check in with folks, parties in opposition. So are there specific questions you have who would like to have some measure of cross-examination of the witnesses, either things that you heard from staff or from the applicant's team? Are there specific questions that you have? I'm just trying to manage our time. So speak up if you would like to be somebody who has a question or two under cross. Anybody? And that doesn't mean you won't have another opportunity to speak, but Mr. and Mrs. Wixon, Mr. and Ms. Wixon, Mr.
No, there's Greg. So what we had thought in the last 20 minutes, in order to try and facilitate this and not make it take overly long, would be to have Mr. Smith, take the lead on crossing, and then in the event that there was some burning question one of the others of us had to ask, then follow him, and that would probably be the most efficient way to proceed, if that's all right with the chair and the board.
That actually works out fine. So, do I see head nods? Is there any of the other parties in opposition, parties of record, have any concerns around that? No?
Mr. Chairman, I would only indicate that normal protocol is each side designates one person. That's what
I'm hearing, and I agree with you, Mr. Gibson. What I'm hearing is that there's a consensus that Mr. Smith will be that person. And to Mr. Gibbs' point, typically what happens is if there is another question, I'll be a little flexible today, but typically what you want to do is feed that question to the person who's managing the cross-examination. If you can pull that off, that'd be helpful. So we'll do some measure of questions that you have specific to the testimony that we heard. And then we will give Mr. Gibbs a chance for any rebuttal. And then each side will have an opportunity for a submission, and we'll give the applicant the last word. And if at any point staff wants to step in and have their summation as well, Ms. Gupta, I'm fine with that, okay? But we'll give the applicant the last word. So we'll now take this up under cross before we get to rebuttal. Mr. Smith, if you have specific questions about testimony that you've heard and questions that you have for staff and or the applicant.
I guess, yes.
Greg, your video is frozen for what it's worth. It doesn't matter, but your video is frozen.
How about now?
Yes, now you're moving.
Usually crosses immediately after the person testifies. It doesn't usually wait for this point. So I thought we were blowing past that opportunity. I guess the question I have, actually, Mr. Gibbs didn't cover issues that are usually my subject matter. Mr. Wixon may want to cross him on some of his statements regarding the environmental settings and the various issues surrounding preservation of historic
my hearing,
resources.
buddy.
And my questions would be for Ms. Gupta. Environmental planning staff in their technical referral memo cited a letter from I think November, December 2021, in which DNR made certain observations and recommendations to some party, presumably planning. DNR also made recommendations to the Maryland Department of the Environment regarding the applicant's request for approval for impacts to floodplain and stream. I don't see either one of those statements included in the record. Do you know whether that DNR letter that your environmental colleagues referred to was included in the record for public review?
Which referral you're mentioning? You're referring to the environmental planning?
I believe it's from environmental planning, their environmental review section.
Good afternoon. This is
This
is Tom Burke, supervisor of the environmental planning section. Those records are all part of the natural resources inventory that was reviewed and approved by this office in 2022.
Okay, that wasn't my question was whether they were included in the record for this case for public review.
Now, the natural resource inventory was included with this case, and those are all backup materials for the approval of that natural resource inventory. There are some notes provided in the natural resource inventory referring to those letters.
Okay, that seems like an answer to a different question. I didn't, excuse me just a second. The dog needs to go out. I apologize.
Been there, done that. It's okay.
So it sounds like it was included for the record for the natural resource inventory and may not have been included in the record for this, directly in the record for this case. Is that what I should gather?
That's correct. They're not directly in the record for this case. They are in the record for the natural resource inventory and available.
Okay, so they weren't made available. Okay, for this case.
Not as part of the backup for this case, no.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Burke. I appreciate it. Ms. Gupta, could you remind us what, first of all, let me say this. In its memo to MDE regarding Glendale
Mr.
Holdings
Smith,
application-
Mr. Chairman, I am not a witness. I don't get cross-examined.
That's accurate.
I'm sorry, was that Mr. Gibbs?
Yes, and that is accurate.
Well, I'll just on the records I had before, it seems, Mr. Gibbs, that you were the applicant's primary witness. You and your team spoke for 35 minutes.
I made comments on evidence in the record. I didn't produce evidence.
So, Mr. Smith, if you have questions for staff, if you have questions for,
I'm sorry, Mr. I was not speaking to Mr. Gibbs. It's an interesting distinction you draw. I think it's a distinction without a difference, but okay. So the technical referral from the environmental planning section said that it should be noted that per a letter dated December 31st of 2021, the Department of Natural Resources, Wildlife and Heritage Service determined the project falls into drainage of the Western Branch. This was noted in the technical referral memo. It refers to a letter that DNR apparently sent to planning, as far as I could tell, observing that this property was within a watershed that with homes are rare, threatened, and endangered, or actually threatened and endangered species of fish. And in the Department of Natural Resources, or Department of Natural Resources, the Environmental Planning section states the guidelines as outlined in the letter should be followed. This includes environmentally sensitive design to address stormwater runoff. And it also notes that there's forest and tree dwelling habitat. After that December 2021 letter, DNR informed NDE that these threatened and endangered species were within the watershed and said, therefore, Wildlife Heritage Service reiterates a request made in 2021 for a minimum of a 100-foot undisturbed forested upland buffer to permanent and intermittent streams and non-tidal wetlands. The plan appears to provide propose a 75-foot buffer. Ms. Gupta, can you tell us whether or not DNR's recommendation to protect rare and endangered species by providing a minimum of 100-foot forested upland buffer was followed for this plan?
And let me step in for a second in terms of process. I think, Ms. Gupta, that this question feels appropriate for Cross, but I want to make sure, Mr. Smith, as you know, that Cross is based upon testimony that's been provided. But my memory is Ms. Gupta did talk about the specific buffer, so it feels appropriate to answer this.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to frame it in the context of testimony that took place over an hour ago.
Thank you. And again, you'll have an opportunity for summation too, so you don't have to get it all in through Cross. You'll have a word before Mr. Gibbs goes.
Yeah, I need to defer to. Yeah, I need to defer to Tom Burke, Mr. Burke, who was here earlier.
Okay,
Their
Mr.
staff,
Burke, you on the line? Tom, you there?
I believe he might be trying to locate the record that Mr. Gibbs is referencing.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a matter of working in and out of the VPN and trying to get my myself unmuted here. Yeah. So I am I am trying to locate that. I don't have that letter in front of me at this time. But I am trying to locate that, as Margilla indicated.
Okay.
Well, okay. I'm not going to testify here. The question as to why this kind of correspondence, which is intrinsic to understanding environmental impacts the project may cause and what measures are being implemented to minimize or avoid those impacts. It's intrinsic to understanding those, and the fact that it's not in this record is problematic in terms of public comment.
All right, is there other cross-examination you have? Again, you will have...
With respect to forest mitigation, has it, you mentioned that they're proposing off-site mitigation. Has the applicant provided you with any specific information about where they think that mitigation would take place, how it would be implemented, how it would be monitored, and where it would fit within the hierarchy of 8-digit watershed versus 12-digit watershed versus sector plan versus the county?
So we do, this is Mridula Gupta. So we do have a condition, the condition 29, that essentially says that the purchase of the offsite woodland credits will be first sought within the area of the sector plan, and in that'll be the preferential area. So that.
So the applicant, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
So the applicant proposes to destroy about 14 acres of
Mr. Smith? Question asked and answered.
I've got a follow-up question to that. I need to frame it. So I'm trying to understand the adequacy of the mitigation. So the applicant proposes to destroy about 14 acres of the remaining 17 acres of forest on site. Would this mitigation provide a one-to-one replacement?
So actually, as I said earlier, the prior development approval in 2006 approved clearing of 15.93 acres, which was more. The applicant is now proposing to clear less forest. And I'll need to look at the TCP1 unless Mr. Burke knows it
It will not,
offhand.
yeah, again, this is Tom Burke with the Environmental Planning Section. It will not result in a replacement requirement of 1-to-1. That does fall under the new 2024 Woodland Conservation Ordinance, but this does meet the requirements in place at the time with the 2010 Woodland Conservation Ordinance.
So, okay, so it resulted in net loss. Is there anything in the record that indicates how that mitigation for somewhere to still to be determined and the thin strip and small patch of forest that will be left on the site, how they would preserve the ecological value of the site and those resources, especially as providing habitat for rare, threatened, endangered species or forest interior species? Is there any analysis of that in the record?
So we start with the primary management area, the stream buffers and the floodplain buffer, and there's preservation of those areas in the extent possible. There is some necessary impacts for road crossing, stormwater management outfalls, and stormwater management outfalls. Excuse me. So there are measurements in place to protect the around that stream buffer and the forested area within that stream buffer, which does address the preservation of those features.
Well, that wasn't quite my question. My question was whether or not there's an analysis of how those measures, or whether those measures, or how fully those measures preserve the ecological value of these resources, which is laid out.
Mr. Smith, you clearly believe they don't, but staff is giving you.
Then, Mr. Chair, they can answer yes or no.
So
yeah, I'm not sure I fully follow your question. It's
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object here respectfully. First of all, my understanding is that you were going to allow cross-examination of any new evidence that comes in on rebuttal. Now we're getting testimony from Mr.
Not
Smith.
on rebuttal, on witnesses on testimony from before. But I agree with you, Mr. Gibbs.
Well, Mr. Burke didn't testify before.
No, but staff did, and Ms. Gupta asked Mr. Burke to come in.
To me, it's respectfully highly unusual to planning board procedure for this to.
I hear you. So, Mr. Smith, I do need you to ask questions, get the answers, whether you like the answers or not, and then move on. This is not an opportunity.
Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back to the buffer question. What's the size of the buffer provided around the currently delineated wetland and stream?
The buffer is delineated.
How many feet?
The stream buffer itself is 75 feet, but there are additional. The buffer expands in certain areas to accommodate for other regulated environmental features, such as steep slopes associated with that stream buffer, floodplain, and wetlands associated with the stream system. So it's variable. It's variable, but it is at least 75 feet in that area.
But it's not. Is it 100 as recommended by DNR?
No, it's not 100 as DNR only provided that as a guideline, and we don't have any strong enforcement ability to regulate that as 100 feet. And it says only if applicable. So it says if
Mr. Burke, that's fine. Question
Yeah,
asked,
yeah.
question answered. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Smith, other questions? And again, you're going to have an opportunity in summation as well.
Right. I do think it would be wise and fair to allow Henry Wixson to cross on the historic preservation issues. They're far more his subject area than mine, and I would not presume to be able to cross adequately on that.
Mr. Whitson, if you want the opportunity for a brief cross-examination, as long as you are not testifying, sir, but you have specific questions related to testimony that was presented by staff or the applicant, I'm happy to have you cross-examination to ask questions related to testimony that you heard.
Thank you. I did actually have a question for Mr. Bashir. I don't know if he's still with us.
I think it's Brasher. Is that Mr. Ron Brasher?
Brasher, yes, I apologize.
That's all right.
And,
Yes, Mr. Whitson, go ahead.
He's still with us. So the question, he I believe I understood him to say that he had worked with. Oh, thank you. That you have worked with Mr. Thank you. That you had worked with Mr. Chesley in the past.
Many times.
I just was curious whether you ever worked with Mr. Chesley in the past on the Magruder Brannon House.
No, I have not.
Okay, that was my question.
Just
Thank
within
you.
the last 2 months.
All right, thank you, sir, for that. And I appreciate the opportunity to ask that question. It was a burning question that I had.
I'm glad you had the opportunity.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I did have one question.
All right, Mr. Wixson, anything else from you, sir?
No, I had not actually, wasn't ginning myself up to start
That's
crossing on historic generally. So thank you.
Appreciate it. And Mr. Brasher, your mic is still on if you could mute. Mr. Smith, you have other cross.
Yeah, this is with respect to the fire department's comments on the project. Ms. Gupta, in her summary of issues raised, mentioned that concerned residents had raised concerns about fire department access to the site in a number of ways. And I think you might have mentioned questions raised about the use of these tight T-shaped termini for some of the streets. And I recall in the SRDC comments that we received through a Public Information Act request, the fire department said they needed to see a turning exhibit or turning radius exhibit. I didn't find that exhibit in the record. I also didn't find any subsequent comments for the fire department. Did the fire department comment on the use of those T-shaped termini for a couple of the streets?
Again, Mridula Gupta. So we did not receive any follow-up formal referral from the fire marshal.
Were they provided with a turning exhibit subsequent to their comment? I guess it was in March of this year.
No, we were not.
Were they provided with it? The fire department.
I do not know that. Yeah, I do not know whether the applicant provided the fire marshal any exhibits.
With respect to the turning exhibit, the turning radii, and
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just trying to get clarity. Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I managed to think of a question I wanted to put.
Mr. Smith, that's all. Mr. Wixson?
Yes, and this, I think this would be, I'm not sure who this would be a question for. I think it would be a question for Mrs. Gupta. And it's with respect to parcel C, and my understanding that 7,083 square foot or 0.162 acre of land was conveyed to MNCPPC some years ago. And the question I have is whether that conveyance includes any encumbrances or easements or other limitations at all in Park and Planning's use and enjoyment of the property that it owns.
Mr. Chair, this is Lisa Coleman, Senior Counsel, and that question isn't relevant to the project. It's asking about rights that aren't a part of what the applicant is pursuing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I'm going to follow her lead, Mr. Wixon. It's not that it's
Okay,
not a question, it's just not relevant to our procedures.
I appreciate that that legal insight. I would say that there's a lot riding on 10 feet within Parcel C acting to the benefit of the applicant here, and I do not believe that Parcel C includes any such encumbrances or easements or restrictions. It's park and planning land free and clear, and I just wanted to try and establish that, which is should be a matter of record and fact based on the deed.
Thank you. All right, other questions on Cross? If not, please speak now, or we are going to move to rebuttal by the applicant. I see Ms. Gingell's hand up. You have a cross-examination, please. And this is not testimony, but if you have a specific cross, Ms. Gingold, I'm happy to entertain it.
Yes, this is a question for Ms. Gupta about how the stormwater management plan will be adjusted when the large northern swale is removed, and what are the mechanisms for ensuring adequate maintenance for the numerous small stormwater management features throughout the plan.
And perhaps for council or Ms. Gupta, it's not whether the question is important or not important. I just want to make sure that's pertinent to what is before us.
It's really not pertinent, but I can definitely, it's what happens after. So they have a stormwater concept plan approval for the subject site. And we understand that it's just a conceptual plan. And staff also understands that when the applicant further develops the site plans to engineering standards, there may be revisions. And as Ms. Gingell said, they'll be adjusted. And as staff also required changes to the grading and the stormwater. So the applicant will be working on fine grading. I don't know what the exact name is, but they will be submitting a new set of plans to DPI, who is the reviewing agency, and they'll be reviewing it and approving it based on the regulations in place at this time for stormwater management. Ms. Gingell, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's wrap this up. Mr. Smith, any other questions on Cross? And Ms. Wixon, you had one.
Yeah, sure. This is for Ms. Gupta or her colleague, Mr. Burke, or whoever else on the other side wants to answer it. You've mentioned that the size of the we've gotten into the size of the delineated floodplain and the size of the buffer, and I stated in my testimony that it appeared that floodplain delineation, the most recent was done in approved in 2008. Do you know whether a recent floodplain delineation was done for this particular plan, and whether it incorporated requirements that are set forth in the technogram, the DPI technograms I mentioned before, which is to plug in a significantly more intensive 100-year storm event in delineating the floodplain or designing the stormwater management infrastructure?
So, Mr. Smith, I did not mention anything about the floodplain. You did. And DPI is the regulating authority for floodplains. They establish what the floodplain line would be. They provide a floodplain approval for the property that is incorporated into the NRI. So we have no authority over what DPI reviews or what studies they use, what floodplain studies they use to establish the floodplain on the property.
Okay.
You need to ask DPI that question.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. I appreciate that.
I did.
Mr. Smith, any other questions on Cross?
No, let that go. I did ask DPI. The answer is no. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then let's turn to the applicant.
I'm sorry. I did have one other cross-related comment to make, and then I will promise to stand down. Just with respect to parcel C is absolutely part of the record before the planning board in this matter. The fact that the answer might be irrelevant should not preclude the question. And so I object to having my question basically blocked on that basis. And that's all I had to say, and I'm done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, so I'm going to turn to the applicant for rebuttal, such as it is. Mr. Gibbs, and then after that, we'll give the opposition a chance for a summation, and then Mr. Gibbs, you will have the final word for your summation.
Thank you very much. I have some very focused rebuttal testimony. First person I'm calling is Jackie Chandler, our transportation engineer. She's been accepted as an expert in this field many times by this planning board. I appreciate her being accorded that same confirmation right now. She prepared the traffic.
She is recognized as an expert.
Thank you. She prepared the traffic analysis, and I simply want her to address the comments that were made about traffic safety and about having a single point of access and its compliance with SHA standards.
Ms. Chandler, you were sworn in?
Yes, I was. Thank you.
All right, take it away.
For the record, Jackie Chandler, transportation planner with Traffic Concepts Incorporated. Just as Mr. Gibbs mentioned, just want to hit on a few of the comments from the citizens that were made. This site does propose a right-in, right-out access to Glendale Boulevard, which is Maryland 193. This was approved previously in 2006, the same access point. This is not an unusual access point, can operate in a safe manner. It's right in, right out. We'll have acceleration and deceleration lanes that will be required as we go through the State Highway Administration access permit process. This site is projected to generate 17 trips during the morning peak and 21 during the afternoon. So coming out of that right turn in the morning, there's 11 vehicles that come out in an hour, which is about one car every 5 minutes. Not a heavy generator. It's actually fewer trips than what was approved previously in 2006 when this was single family development. It was projected to generate 20 AM trips and 24 PM. So, a little bit similar, but somewhat less. The intersection of 193 at 450. We did traffic counts there. That's projected in the future conditions to be an A-level service during the morning peak and a B-level service during the evening peak, which is about the best you can get. The distance between that main intersection and the proposed right-in, right-out is about 1,000 feet. And State Highway Administration for an arterial intersection, the minimum requirement is 750 feet. So this well exceeds. I think that's just wraps up all the, my comments towards the information that the citizens had requested.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. Back to you, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, my next witness would be Mr. Russell Baker, who will testify about his visit to the site the day before yesterday, and whether or not he bush hogged any material or threw material onto the Marietta site, and whether he sought permission to be on the Marietta site ahead of time. Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Baker, and I was not on previously during the swearing in.
Okay. So, Mr. Baker, if you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Consider yourself under oath and take it away.
Okay. Well, in response to Ms. Wixon's impassioned presentation, I would like to just give a brief update on what occurred on over the past week. On or about September 3rd, we had a survey crew go out on the site and stake a offset line that was to be 10 feet south of the actual northern property line that separates the Ivy Creek project from the Marietta Mansion property. And then this past Tuesday, excuse me, we had site maintenance go out with a small skid steer and with a bush hog, 5-foot bush hog attachment on it to clear a path of all the briars and brambles that were prevalent on that northern part of the site, so we could gain easy pedestrian access. We were very careful not to go north of the Marietta property line, and by nature of avoiding specimen trees and even two-inch caliper trees, the path does zigzag through the woods, so the net clearing area may be 15 to 20, but it was not cleared in the sense of going in with a bulldozer and taking everything out. They mowed the brush and brambles. They were using machetes to get through some of the stuff, but we did not deposit anything on the Marietta property. We did notice areas of previously dumped trash and debris. There are some trails that run through there. There have been hunters, whatever, over the years, but nothing recently. The purpose of all this was to put up some brightly colored 4x8 sheets of plywood and fly several balloons. We put up 3 40-inch diameter yellow balloons that were on 30-foot long tethers. While those balloons and the plywood were being located, I went over to the Marietta Mansion site. There was a gentleman, one of the staff, out working in the yard. I explained to him that I'd like to take some pictures and walk around their site. He said, well, Miss Julie Rose was on site, so he took me in and introduced me to Miss Rose. I explained to her what we were doing or would like to do, and told her I would like to take some pictures if that was okay with her. And she said that was fine. I gave her a couple sheets of paper that showed the layout, including this 10-foot offset line. And I proceeded to take several pictures from the walkway on the south side of the Marietta Mansion itself. And none of those pictures showed any of the targets or the balloons that I had located on our property. And keep in mind that it's almost 3 football field length between the front of the Marietta Mansion and our property line. And our balloons and targets were approximately 10 to 15 feet south of that.
Mr. Chairman, I object to this. None of this is in the record of this application, and it's much too late, according to the rules you imposed on us, to introduce it for the purpose of the hearing today.
The applicant has the right to bring whatever they want to bring to us.
None of the rest of us None of the rest of us
well,
are
I
permitted to take
believe
anything that
Ms.
wasn't already
Hold on.
submitted by
Hold on.
Tuesday.
Okay, well, this was not part of the record because I
Mr.
wasn't
Baker,
able.
Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker, Mr. Baker, please wait
Yep.
until I respond.
Okay.
First of all, he's not putting documentary evidence into the record. He's testifying, and the testimony was elicited in response to an accusation that my client had bulldozed areas and thrown debris onto the Marietta site. Mr. Baker was just explaining why he was there. He doesn't have to go any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. And Mr. Baker, thank you very much. Mr. Gibbs, back to you. You're on mute, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes. My next person I wanted to call in rebuttal was Kim Morgan. She wants to provide some testimony with regard to the stormwater management because there were many accusations made about that during testimony by the opposition. And she also has some information on the floodplain that everybody might find useful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Morgan. I have been sworn in,
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
and I represent the Land Tech Corporation. We are the engineering firm, surveying firm that has prepared this particular set of plans as well as the original plans. So we have worked on this project for many years. In reference to the floodplain, the original floodplain was actually completed by Prince George's County. They completed it and it was approved in 2009. At that time, they did not take into account that there was a stormwater management pond that was on the east side of 193, located in the Fairwoods Office Park development, which my firm also completed. And we were required to detain the 100-year storm on that piece of property. That stormwater management pond also provides water quality for approximately 70 acres of off-site impervious area that was not being treated, which included 450 and some other areas north of the site, north and east of the site. So when we started this project, we met with Ray de Guzman and his staff in Prince George's County, and we discussed the fact that the original floodplain study that was completed by Prince George's County included flows that were almost twice what is actually the actual flow that's there today, based on the stormwater management facility that's north and the facilities that and the site itself. So they agreed, and we agreed that the original floodplain water surface elevations were conservative, and they were higher than if we would have done a new floodplain study. We actually could have lowered those limits, and we agreed to leave them at the higher elevations. So there is a memo with Prince George's County that substantiates that. In reference to the stormwater management, we are required to detain the 100-year storm in the stormwater management facility. And that stormwater management facility has been designed. The site development concept plan is approved. And it was determined, the flows were determined with the higher rates that MDE now requires. But in addition to that, we have provided water quality requirements all through the site. As you know, the current water quality, the ESDs to the MEP require that all impervious area be treated in some type of facility. And so that has also been accomplished with the site development concept plan that we have approved. In addition to that, as far as the specimen tree variance that we submitted to the county, we agree with the staff report, page 34, item D. And I'm open for questions if anybody has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Mr. Gibbs, back to you.
Yes, my final rebuttal witness is Mr. Mark Ferguson. also he would like to give some testimony on the master plan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I was sworn in earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Several members of the opposition allege that this proposal is not in conformance with the land use recommendations of the sector plan. The sector plan does recommend low residential land use, and the implementation zone for low residential land use is the RR zone, and that is the zoning of the subject property and has been going back over the course of several master plans. The RR zone principally provides for residential development of fewer than 2.08 dwelling units per acre, but it does also allow for the approval of several uses by special exception, which the zoning ordinance provides may be approved at higher densities. And those are part of that implementation zone of the master plan. And the sector plan. The sector plan does not spend a lot of its ink on future land use. It was principally concerned with the Vista Gardens development and redevelopment at the Seabrook Mark. But it did include Table 50, which is a series of future land use principles and policies, and that's on page 200 of the sector plan. And one of the principles is to promote infill development on vacant lots in existing areas, and that's of course what's being done. And one of the other really very relevant recommendations is to encourage land uses that provide sensitive transitions between commercial and employment centers and residential areas. At the opening of the applicant's case, Mr. Gibbs described, and you can see on your screen in front of you, the surrounding development, which includes commercial development across the street, includes zoned land, which can be developed intensively, either commercially or with higher density residential development, and certainly properties which, but for a few feet abut and are certainly adjacent, feature single-family attached dwellings, such as the proposed, with the exception that those aren't restricted for persons of advanced age now, such as myself. Elderly restricted housing provides a lower impact, as you've heard Ms. Chandler testify, lower peak hour trips. It doesn't have the same impact on public schools or on public safety. And so for all of these reasons, the approval of this subdivision, regardless of the council's action on CB 106 of 2021, would in fact be in conformance with the provisions of the sector plan. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
That's it for rebuttal, Mr. Chairman, and we're ready to just make our closing comments.
All right, I'm going to turn to the opposition first to see if there's closing comments. Give them the opportunity for summation, and then we'll give you the opportunity for your final summation. And actually, staff, Ms. Gupta, is there anything else that you want to bring to us on this, or would you like to go, if you want to go at all, do you want to speak after you've heard from the opposition? Or are you good enough where you are?
I'm good right now, Mr. Chair. Thank you for asking.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Smith, and again, the opposition is, you're quasi-organized. I'm hearing that Mr. Smith is the primary spokesperson here, so we'll hand you the lead on summation. I'm mindful of the time, so I do not know how much time you need, but let us put, I don't know if it's what's helpful for you. I can put 10 minutes on the clock, and if you can keep it to that, it would be helpful for all of us.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'd like to share some of this time with Henry Wixson because, again, he's far more knowledgeable about the historic preservation issues than I am.
Yes, sir, that's fine. So why don't I say, 10 minutes altogether for the two of you. And if anyone else wants to chime in as well, I have not heard from everybody, but I don't need to. I'm just mindful of managing you all a bit on this. So you'll have up to 10 minutes for summation as you want to manage your own time.
And Mr. Chair, Delisa Coleman, Senior Counsel, just want to frame the parameters of summation. The purpose of summation is to summarize the arguments that have already been made, not to introduce new arguments and new testimony. So I just want to make sure that everyone, as they are going into the summation, goes in with that understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Coleman. I appreciate that.
Henry, would you like to go first on the historic preservation issues?
Well, that's very, very kind. So I will appreciate the opportunity to speak briefly on that, and I don't want to bore the group with our concerns about the historic sites that are going to be adversely affected by this project if it is approved as is. But I do know, as was stated earlier during this, that the Marietta House Museum is a National Historic Register of Places registered building. And its fate for the last 200 years was to have a beautiful vista across the lands in front of it. And for the next 200 years here, we're in danger of having that vista be the backs of 19 townhouses. And that should not be the way that development works in this county. That should not be the way we treat our historic properties, and particularly one as important as and sensitive as Marietta House Museum. So if anything, the townhouses that are proposed for essentially to ride up on the ridge there and become Marietta's new view should not be approved. And at the very least, Marietta should be facing the fronts of houses and not the backs as though it was a warehouse. I'll also note, with respect to our concerns about traffic and safety, that the approval previously, as we noted, for the previous plan of the PPS, that earlier one, was for 26 units, not for 75. So the previous approval from state SHA was based on a 26 unit project and not on the current one. And that's why it's so important that the planning board have the benefit of, on this record, to make an informed decision of input from the State Highway Administration. It got none from SHA. It got none from its own transportation department, which deferred to SHA. So really, you're being put in a very awkward position of making a decision that's going to have safety impacts, where right in, right out folks going, onto an arterial at 45 miles an hour and trying to get across the street and turn left across lanes of traffic, and where people are going right at speed, is very dangerous. And you should not be making that decision. You shouldn't be put in a position of having to make that decision without the benefit of input from your own transportation department, or in the absence of that, from the State Highway Administration. So we're very concerned about that. Let me see, what else would I say? The other thing that was pointed out by staff earlier that we wanted to emphasize here is, if you consider the location of this property, and staff noted the surrounding properties on the same side of the road as this property are all very low density. All the adjacent properties, save for one, which is the, I think, Glendale Woods townhouse development. But if you look at that townhouse development and see what they did, they have a huge amount of property that is dedicated. And so again, with respect to Glendale Woods, this property owner is putting his, proposes to put his townhouses right up to the very line, and therefore require Glendale Woods to function, and it's the property there to function as the buffer for his project, just as he is requiring Marietta House Museum to function and park and planning property to function as the buffer against Marietta. He should be obligated to use his own property to buffer, and the buffering that's required at this point is insignificant, and it is not going to address or prevent the edge problem that was pointed out by staff that will occur with significant land clearing, clear cutting, essentially at the property lines, and grading that is proposed by the applicant. And that is something, it doesn't have to work that way. The applicant doesn't need to shove so many units onto this project. The applicant proposed 26 units, which addressed a lot of the concerns that we are dealing with now. And it is simply avarice on the part of the applicant that they have never built that project that they should have built. And it is similarly, I would say, neglect on their part, which has put the Magruder Brandon House in such a terrible state that they have to do what they were bragging about starting to do in order to save it. And in that respect, previously, the Historic Preservation Commission has concluded at least twice demolition by neglect of Magruder Brandon House. And that includes where the owner had proposed work, got a HOP from HPC, and then never executed on it. This is a situation which shouldn't be rewarded with the ability to put up a project like this. And it's adverse to the interests of the community with the properties that surround this, not on the other side of a major arterial. That doesn't create the neighborhood, if you will, and not projects, land that's proposed or zoned for potential use, but is not in fact in those kinds of uses at this time. The planning board should focus on the transition to the very large properties, the Marietta and USDA, our own other property, adjacent properties, and the hospital property behind that, which is also parkland. So we thank you for your kind attention. I will turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Wixson. Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. Just touching quickly on the safety issue. You have no evidence in the record, I asked this across, but there seems to be no evidence in the record that a turning exhibit was provided to the fire department, or that the fire department subsequently commented on that turning exhibit or approved the current plan. That's a problem. There's no evidence in the record the ecological value of the land will be enhanced or preserved. When I asked questions about that, I felt like I got a lot of misdirection. This property is exceptional in so many ways environmentally, and those environmental values exist in the benefit of the community, not just to rare, threatened, and endangered species, but also to the community. DNR's web mapping tools, PG Atlas, they show that this property is part of a stronghold watershed, which means that protecting and enhancing the aquatic resources in the forest and watershed are essential to protecting and restoring our rivers and streams. The entire property is listed as having potential for forest interior dwelling species, as well as the adjacent properties. Most of the property is mapped by the Department of Natural Resources as being a sensitive species study area. DNR has noted that the Western Branch and its tributaries are home to three state-listed threatened and endangered species and made recommendations. There's no evidence in the record that their recommendations were taken into account, especially the 100-foot buffer around the aquatic resources. PG Atlas shows 2 streams on the site, not 1. There's the one stream that's been repeatedly referred to here, which is the one that starts headwaters on the eastern side and is treated by that stormwater pond to some extent, and then fully traverses the site east to west to join Lodgeford Branch. But PG Atlas also shows a second stream to the south of that first stream that originates on the site. These are headwater streams. Protecting and restoring them is vital to protecting and restoring the downstream habitat. It's the significant discrepancy between the resources and the information that the Land Department provides on its own website and what's presented here in the plan. Most of the site is steeply sloped. It's very, very sensitive land. Regarding the floodplain, if that stormwater management pond was built 15 years ago, as seems to be the case, or sometime around it, maybe more recently, most likely relied on highly obsolete stormwater precipitation data. If it relied on Atlas 14, the precipitation data, which is the NOAA publication I've talked to you about before, the data in that publication, that's the Bible, are no newer than 2000. Most of the data are much older. And NOAA and the state of Maryland, state of Virginia funded a study to look at whether or not our stormwater management and floodplain designs are likely to be accurate and protective. And that study found what I just said, that the NOAA Atlas 14 data are highly obsolete, that not only, if we rely on them, we're not only likely to be under designing going forward, but we've probably been under designing for the last 20 years. You have a charge to make sure that whatever findings you make are adequate to ensure the preservation and protection of the regulated resource, but more than that, the environment in general and communities, especially downstream communities. With respect to the floodplain delineation itself, I know that Land Tech met with DPI. I know that they had that conversation. I read their memo. Nevertheless, it's likely that stormwater management bond relied on obsolete data, and it's absolutely certain that the floodplain delineation that was approved in 2008, 2009 relied on obsolete data, obsolete land use information, and should not be relied upon. And in fact, the language that is set forth in the approval, the 2008-2009 approval letter, which was sent by the Department of Public Works and Transportation to Ms. Morgan in March of 2008, the language was absolutely prescriptive and mandatory. It didn't say that they could have a conversation with DPI and ignore all this. It said that the above approval is valid for the existing and proposed conditions as delineated in the approved plans. That's the previous PPS. It goes on to say, if the property owner proposes to make changes to the channel condition or to the development site, a new floodplain study based on the proposed development will be required. Not might be, not maybe, not if Rita goes and thinks that maybe it should happen now, will be required. Further, the technograms that DPI issued.
I need you to wrap it up.
I'm about to finish up. I'll finish it up at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
Further, the technograms that I cited earlier were issued by DPI in part in reaction to new data published by NOAA that looked at the empirical precipitation data. Those technograms required folks who were designing stormwater management facilities, culverts and bridges, and delineating floodplains to take into account the fact that climate change is happening. And it required them to account for a 100-year storm that is 15% more intense than was assumed before. And it said, if a permit project received a 100-year floodplain delineation approval prior to 2017, this requirement will be implemented. Will be, not maybe, not if Mr. Guzman thinks it should be, will be implemented. And that requirement is remodel your floodplains based on more accurate storm precipitation data that begins to reflect climate change. None of that has happened here. So I urge the planning board to deny here on multiple points, including that one. They should not be allowed to cut corners across the board as they have here. It should have gone through special exception first. It should have gone through CSP first. Instead, they got to jump to a PPS and present us with obsolete stormwater management, to some extent, obsolete floodplain delineation, and simply ignore all the guidance given by the agencies charged with protecting ecological resources and biodiversity in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll turn to the applicant for your summation. The final word, Mr. Gibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll be as brief as I can, but there are a lot of accusations that have been made here. Let me start by saying there's not one referral in this record. There's not one item contained in this staff report that justifies the denial of this preliminary subdivision plan application. There is nothing in any ordinance that would authorize a conceptual site plan requirement. There's nothing in any ordinance that requires that the special exception be filed first. In point of fact, it's the reverse in the order that we have taken that is most appropriate, because what has been brought to bear is that when cases go with a special exception first, they go in to do the preliminary plan and they have to go back and revise the special exception because it didn't take into account the subdivision regulations. That is why we did the preliminary subdivision plan first. But make no mistake about it, we can't do anything unless that special exception is approved. That has to follow this. And so the safeguards are there. And quite frankly, many of the things that Mr. Wixson and Mr. Smith are talking about right now are items that will be covered in the special exception case, including turning capabilities within the subdivision itself. Now, there are a few things that I need to cover. Mr. Wixson just went on about viewshed and how Marietta shouldn't be able to look at that for the next how many years, we don't know. The reality of the matter is the agency charged with protecting viewsheds, with protecting historic properties from development, the Historic Preservation Commission. That commission had 6 hours worth of hearings in this case before they voted on their recommendation. Their recommendation was they recommend approval of this preliminary subdivision plan subject to the conditions that are set forth in their order, and those conditions have been repeated by staff as recommended conditions to be included in any approval resolution of this case, and none of those conditions did we take any exception to because we think they're 100% appropriate. And believe me, that house is going to be rehabilitated, and it's going to be rehabilitated quickly. So that just is just a bogus argument at this point. The agency that protects has said this can be approved. Their staff said the 50-foot buffer that 4.7 provides was sufficient. But then we added 25 more feet at the request of the Historic Preservation Commission. We didn't take exception to that either. So the viewshed, that issue is just not here. It's not here. Going forward, I'm only going to say one thing about Parcel C. There's a lot in the record about Parcel C. I would invite your attention to the referral from the Parks Department. They certainly believe it's in play. It was in an easement retained in a deed when the property was transferred. And in point of fact, there are actual improvements that were requested of my client to be made on their property that they still want us to make. So I stand on what the record says about whether Parcel C is applicable in this case. Comments were made about the fact that grading and development of this site is going to impair trees on the Marietta site. But if you look at condition 3 in the staff report, it says, prior to signature approval of the preliminary plan of subdivision, revise the limit of disturbance of the type 1 tree conservation plan if required to ensure the critical root zone of any historic trees located on Marietta and Duval Family Cemetery is not disturbed by more than 30%. That is the accepted standard. If you're not doing anything on your property that's going to disturb a critical root zone of another tree by more than 30%, that tree is going to survive. That's the standard, and that's what we asked to have put in this condition. Marietta is going to be protected from any grading operations that occur on this site. The information about adjoining properties and development that has occurred or could occur on those properties was really intended to address the allegations that were made that, oh my goodness, townhouses are not appropriate for development on this property. But the reality of the matter is that there are existing townhomes in close proximity to this property, and there's property zoned in close proximity to this property, which could have townhomes, or worse yet, multifamily units, if you look at it from the perspective of the opposition here. I want to turn, and I need to turn to the issue of the variation and the specimen tree variance, and in particular, the allegations contained in Mr. Suhar's letter. Now, what he basically says, and what many of the other opponents to this case have basically said, is, hey, they had single-family detached. Now they want to get a higher density by putting age-restricted townhomes in for retirees, and they're increasing their density, and therefore they're creating their own hardship. That turns any notion of American jurisprudence on its head. A variation and a variance have to be looked at and evaluated in light of the facts that relate to the application that is before the board. That's it. You can't look back and say, oh, you didn't have to have a lot line variation for single family detached homes, and so since you're having townhomes, then you can't prove the criteria. The criteria apply to the application that is before the planning board at that time. And in this instance, there's an application for a preliminary subdivision plan, and it relates to townhomes that will only be allowed to be developed if a subsequent special exception is approved. Now, Mr. Suhar tries to throw everything into variance law from the zoning ordinance, and that is simply not the case. The Court of Special Appeals, or now the Maryland Appellate Court in the Caleo case, Caleo versus Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission, 167 Maryland Appeals 2005, specifically said a variation is a term of art. It is not a variance. Variance criteria, variance elements of proof from the zoning ordinance do not apply. It has its own set of criteria, and they are incredibly flexible. And what it says in section 24.113, which is the variance criterion, it says that an extraordinary hardship may result from strict application of the subtitle, that practical difficulties may result from strict compliance with the subtitle, or that the purposes of the subtitle may be served to a greater extent by an alternative proposal. Now, in the case of Anderson versus Board of Appeals, Town of Chesapeake Beach, 22 Maryland Appeals 28, a 1974 case, which, by the way, was most recently cited in several of the Maryland Supreme Court cases. It's still very, very good and applicable law. And under what constitutes practical difficulty, the court in Anderson said practical difficulty, and this is to justify a variance.
I have to object. This is not a summation. This is new testimony. I object to this.
This is in the record. This is in the record.
Mr. Gibbs.
It is nevertheless not a summation.
Mr. Wixon,
Yes, it
please.
is.
Mr. Wixon, please. You're out of order. Mr. Gibbs, continue.
Thank you, sir. In the Anderson case, the court said that to justify the variance, you only need show that requiring strict conformance would result in, one, unreasonably preventing an owner from using property for a permitted purpose, or would render conformity with a restriction unnecessarily burdensome. Two, whether the grant of the variance applied for would do substantial justice to all involved, and three, whether relief can be granted so that the spirit of the ordinance in question can be observed. Now, we have in the staff report and in presentation comments from Ms. Gupta, the purpose of the lot depth requirement is to address noise generated from roads. Our noise expert has testified, and staff agrees that we satisfy the 65 dBA LEQ and 45 dBA LEQ, and that there is no noise intrusion with the construction of the berms in limited areas around portions, the northeast and southeast corners of the property. So clearly, the spirit of what that ordinance would require and the lot depth is being addressed in this case. And historically, that is the element of proof that has been looked for in this case. I would also go back to the Caleo case again. And in the Caleo case, what was the Court of Special Appeals in that case and is now the Maryland Appellate Court, they held that where an applicant was requesting a variation from an environmental provision that would result in loss of lots, the loss of lots which the property owner would have experienced if the variation was not granted outweighed the value of preserving the specific environmental features proposed to be disturbed. That's Caleo at page 217 and 218. Once again, the purpose of the ordinance is to mitigate and protect against impacts from noise, and clearly that has been established. The variation standard is not a typical variance standard, and it's treated differently and it's proved differently. Similarly, with respect to the variance for specimen trees, that is governed by section 25-119D of the Woodland and Wildlife Conservation Ordinance. And in 25-119D4, and I'm going to give you a quote, variances granted under this subtitle are not considered zoning variances. There is a lower and lesser standard applied to them, and the standards are articulated in D1A through F. We've analyzed those in the justification prepared by Ms. Morgan, and once again, I would direct your attention to the very analysis of the staff in the staff report on page 34, where they say the removal of 45 specimen trees would be the result of the infrastructure and grading required for the development of the project as proposed by the applicant. The request to remove the trees is solely based on the trees' locations on site, their species, and their condition. You have seen where they're located. There are roads there. There are stormwater management ponds. That has to occur for the development to occur, which is a permitted use pursuant to the grant of a special exception. Your own staff says that the criteria for the variation and the criteria for the variance are met and satisfied in this case. The other item I'd like to direct my attention to very quickly is Mr. Wixon's allegations about transportation in his closing. And he talked about how transportation had problems with this. Transportation on page 14 of the staff report, there's a discussion of the accel and decel lanes that might be required for this project. And they note that those have not yet been approved by the State Highway Administration, but they say, however, the requirement for such lanes can be determined by SHA at the time of permitting. And then here's the conclusion. Based on the preceding findings, the vehicular, pedestrian, and bicycle transportation facilities will serve the proposed subdivision, meet the findings required of prior subtitles 24 and 27, and conform to the sector plan and the MPOT with recommended conditions provided in this staff report. So what we come down to is a case where every piece of evidence presented by the applicant, every piece of evidence included in the record, every piece of evidence in the staff report, and all the referrals do nothing other than support the approval of this preliminary subdivision plan, support positive findings on every single ordinance requirement. And with respect, we apologize for the time this case has taken, but we would ask for your favorable approval of this preliminary subdivision plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Commissioners, before I close this hearing, I just want to make sure there are no questions that you all have for the applicant or staff before we close and enter deliberation. Okay, seeing none, then I will close this public hearing. And commissioners, it is to us for any deliberation. It's been a long day, I know, but thoughts, before we consider action, thoughts, reactions, where are we?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'll begin, and I'd like to begin by thanking both the applicant and his team, as well as the citizens that came out and provided testimony, and certainly appreciate your engagement as part of this process, as well as other processes that impact us in the community. At least from my standpoint, I think the applicant, as well as our staff, addressed a number of the concerns that were raised by the citizens. In addition to, and I hope the citizens heard that a number of the items that were raised will be taken up at different stages as part of the development review process. And so I would just encourage everybody to stay engaged and stay involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Others, Vice Chair Bailey, Commissioner Dorner, anything you have to add?
I don't have anything to add, Mr. Chair, but I would like to associate myself with comments made by Commissioner Washington. And thank the citizens for coming out. It's always good to hear our staff's perspective, as well as citizens, especially those citizens who live in that community and are impacted by anything that goes on within their community. This has been a long day for all of us, but it has also shown that we have the ability to hear from the citizens and to make our decisions based on facts, sometimes rather than what some of us have different thoughts and emotions that are going on, especially when it affects your community, and it's very different from time to time. But thank you all citizens who came out to participate in this hearing today.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Definitely associate myself with both those remarks. Commissioner Dorner, anything you have to add?
No, nothing else on that. I think both of my colleagues have said the sentiments or expressed themselves in ways that I would associate myself with, and I would agree with their feelings as well. And I want to thank the citizens.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I agree. I associate myself with all those remarks. You know, where I think we're going to land, and where I land on this, is despite there's very, very, very thoughtful remarks, a lot of passion from folks in the community who have concerns about this project. Bottom line is, with the record before us, with the HPC recommended approval and all of staff's comments that are before us, despite the fact that no doubt that this townhouse development is frustrating to a lot of you, I'm not hearing any grounds for opposing that. I don't see the townhouse type as a noxious housing type. I just don't. I also believe that the applicant has met the criteria that are set before them for a development of this scale and this density. So I'm comfortable with that. I appreciated, Mr. Gibbs, your very, very clearly and carefully delineating case law related to variance and variation. I think that was very helpful. I think overall, I think that the applicant has met the requirements for us to approve this, and I would be expecting to support it. And commissioners, I'll turn to you for any action. What is your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan 4-22051, TCP 1-011-2024, variation from section 24-121A4, and variance to section 25-122B1G, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is modified by applicant exhibit number 1, in addition to condition 1B, noting the technical correction that was read into the record by staff, in addition to the deletion of condition 24D, as was cited by the applicant and agreed to by staff, in addition to the revision of condition 28, as was read into the record by the applicant and in concurrence with the staff.
Second, and thank you, Commissioner Washington. You captured it all.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington. We've got a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none.
The only discussion I have is that I thank Commissioner Washington for capturing all of the all that should go along with that motion. I was trying to finish it, but I could not, and so I thank you for doing that.
My pleasure.
And the only thing I would add under discussion is, and this is specifically directed to you, Ms. Jackson, and Ms. Gingold, and Mr. and Ms. Wixon, and Mr. Smith, and Ms. Spears. I think it's safe to say that we're going to be supporting this, and it's certainly not the direction that you would want us to go. I just can't emphasize enough how much I appreciate the activism and the amount of work that goes into this. This is not your day job. You care about your community, you care about the county, you care about the environment, you care about our historic resources. I appreciate all of that. We have a slightly different job, and we're going by the record. This feels like every step of the way it meets the requirements that are set up before them. So it's certainly not what I think you want to hear, but I just can't emphasize enough how much I respect and appreciate all the good work that goes into this from your side. You help make the county better by doing it. So that is all I have for discussion. Is there any other discussion? If not, I will call the roll. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to associate myself with your comments, Mr. Chairman. Well said.
Thank you. And I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
But I.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. I also want to thank you, Mr. Gibbs, and to all the members of your team. I especially want to thank Ms. Gupta and to the other members of the team, the planning department, for all of your hard work and thoroughness and professionalism. And with that, Ms. Connor, is there any further business before us today?
No.
Oh, she says.
No, Mr. Chair, there's that. Thank you.
No further business before us. Then with that objection, folks, we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day, all.
See you.
Thank you.